Hello, everyone. I don't have an avatar for some reason. Um, Hi, Grandma Ducky. Let's eat. Let me know if you can hear me, actually. It'll suck if you can't. And I don't know why my little avatar's not showing. But I'll wait to see if anyone can actually hear me. Hang on. Hopefully now that's pulsing. So with a bit of luck, it's working. Hello, Grandma Ducky. Lovable Rogue, how are you? Oh, you're at work? Yes, I'm halfway through. Well, it's actually 5:30 p.m. But lovely to have you even listening at work. Hi, Veruca, also listening at work. Hi, Anne-Marie, doing well. Hey, Deb. Yeah, glad I'm home safe too. Now, this is a fixed, well, you can just see a little bit of my fuck apron. Fuck selfie slayers. Fuck lol. Is that fuck? Oh no, fuck hoodies. I thought it was fuck foodies. I was going to be like, don't want to say that. But yeah, I'm glad I got home too. I'm so happy to be here. And I'm so happy to be here with Sunny as well. I'm just going to wait till someone comments to say they can actually hear me though. Because I've muted my laptop and my phone. I do have a microphone set up. Oh, but I haven't opened up voice meter. Hang on a sec. That makes my sound better. Oh, you can... Hey, Blue! You can hear me. Wicked. I'll just open up voice meter and hopefully that will make the sound a little bit better. Wait a minute. Why is it not doing my microphone? That's really weird. It's not even offering it as an option. There might be some feedback, guys. I don't know why it's not. Voice meter isn't reacting at all. And I can't see. Let me see if this is the one. Nope. Testing. Check 1 2 1 2. No. Okay, that sucks. Hey, did it sound okay before I said I was going to open up voice meter? The sound was fine? All right, I'm going to just kill voice meter then. Alrighty, how is everyone? This bowl is really bright green in real life. It looks like an olive green. Sound is okay. Well, it'll have to do. Hey, Michelle P, how you doing? Looking forward to catching up with everyone. I feel like I've been in a time warp. Sunny's doing great. She was so cute when I got home. Like, my sister picked me up from the airport and brought me home, and so she had lights on in the house and the heating was on. And I came into the kitchen and picked Sunny up and was holding her, and she sort of went into those smoochy eyes that she does, and then she gave me a little kiss on the end of my nose. Doing great. I'm happy to be home. We're going to do some fun cooking tonight too. I keep seeing recipes for skillet cookies, so I thought I'd give one of those a crack. And while I was in Adelaide, my friend Georgie's a hardcore foodie as well, and hey Mandy Hall, good to see you, Groover. She introduced me to a new, well, it's not new, but a magazine, a foodie magazine called Dish, that's from New Zealand. And she said so far everything she's made out of it's been great. She had about 8 what's the word? Editions? Is it editions? So I took a few screenshots of some, but then when I was Googling the recipes to see if anyone had cooked them, it looks like Dish puts a lot of them up online, and just by chance, 2 that I've chosen, I found online on the Dish website. So I've put the links in the description, but we're going to be making beef meatballs with a warm yogurt sauce and paprika butter. That's for dinner. And then I'm going to make a skillet cookie after that. So I'll be making the meatballs, cooking them, having a little taste, Then I'll show you how to make the skillet cookie, which apparently is best served warm. So while that's cooking, I'll eat some dinner and we can all have a bit of a chat. And then I'll do a taste test for the skillet cookie, which has got lots of nuts and chocolate and just good things in it. So it should be a bit of fun. And as always, what I'll do after I've done this live, I will just cut out the cooking bits and put them up on the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen so people don't have to sit through like a 3-hour live to learn how to make this stuff. So let's get on with the meatballs because it takes a little while to make meatballs. I'm just going to wash my hands first. I did wash them before I went live, but just to, you know, make sure I don't get accused of being a grot. So how is everyone? What's news? Now, first up, Grandma Ducky, if you're around, please don't cry. I've never seen you get upset about the cows, but you certainly get upset about the lambs. But we want 600 grams of beef mince going into the bowl. Now, if you've ever made meatballs, you know that you just put all the ingredients or heaps of ingredients into the bowl and then you make your little meatballs. I've just noticed, I think is this camera pulsing again? Hopefully not. COVID safe. God, it was weird traveling in masks. Like just wearing masks for the first time. It was so crazy. Next up, we're going to get half a cup of cottage cheese. Now, little tubs of cottage cheese, little 250 grams, they are in Australia. 250 grams is a cup. So just half a tub of cottage cheese. And if you're in other parts of the world, you'll just have to look at the recipe in the link and calculate it yourself. But yeah, I found wearing a mask really weird. I've got to say, it was not what I expected, but it was still pretty unpleasant. So yeah, just half a tub of cottage cheese. I was pretty organised actually. Hopefully this cook won't go on for hours because I've already measured a lot of stuff, especially for the skillet cookie. Now, next up, they did say to use half a cup of fresh breadcrumbs, but I'm actually cheating and just using half a cup of panko breadcrumbs because I love them and I don't buy bread. And I wasn't going to buy a loaf of bread just to make this tiny amount of fresh breadcrumbs. So I'm going with panko, but if you've got, you know, like a preferred breadcrumb, feel free to use it. Some of you might even make fresh ones, but we're not mucking around here tonight. Next up, we want a couple of tablespoons of tomato paste. Doesn't actually even say it on the thing anywhere, but this is a little tub of tomato paste. It is so weird. Oh, panko is a Japanese breadcrumb. I just like them over like other breadcrumbs because they're super crunchy and they just make everything yummy. They're just the best breadcrumbs I've ever used. So I'm all about panko. So it's P-A-N-K-O, panko. And you can get them like in, there should be packets of them in like a supermarket where you'd buy other breadcrumbs, or if you've got like what I call the best aisle in the supermarket, which is all the international food. If you can find the sort of Japanesey stuff, you'll find the pankos in there. So we're just going to add a couple of tablespoons of tomato paste. Whoops, we're already making a mess. You're not cooking right if you're not making a mess. We're going to crush a couple of cloves of garlic. Move this out of the way for a minute. And those of you who know I've been so bereft about my crappy garlic crushers that I kept buying. Yeah, the Asian section, you'll find them there. My garlic crushers in the past have been a nightmare, and I actually bought this at Coles supermarket and it was $10 and it's really heavy. And it's very similar to the one that my mum had, although my mum's had a like rubber, they were pull off ones, but like little rubber sleeves on the actual garlic crusher. But I finally found as good as I can get replacement for my mum's one. So I'm happy. $10 at Coles. After all the attempts to find a decent one, and I spent a lot of money on a couple of them. I wouldn't even, like, I didn't even donate them to charity. I wasn't going to give them to anyone I care about because they were horrible. But I didn't even donate them to charity because they were shit, you know, like, I don't want to donate shit to charity. I don't want to donate a garlic crusher or 3 that are going to do people's heads in. So I actually, I would put them all in the recycling. There were 3 of them. Yeah, it is quite retro. It's groovy. And it's very similar to my mum's, which I had for years and years and years. So the search for a garlic, I should have bought 2 in hindsight, but I've got a feeling I might have only seen 1. It might have been the last one. I didn't think about that. And they're no longer there. They sort of had this cooking stuff for a few weeks. All right, we'll bring this back over. So we're going to crush, sorry about the shadow, I can't, actually maybe if I turn this light off. It's too dark now. You're just going to have to put up with my shadows, guys. Sorry about that. 2 cloves of garlic go in. Crush them. But, you know, if you buy a garlic already crushed in a jar, that's fine. Just do 2 teaspoons. Because usually a teaspoon equates to 1 clove. Mel, hello. I missed you. Now, like my mum's, this one is cool because it's got a garlic removal cleaner thing. So once you've crushed it, you flip that around and it pushes this stuff up and it makes it really easy to lift it out of your crusher. So we're winning. We're winning on many levels. So far we've got the beef mince, the half a cup of cottage, so 600 grams of beef mince, half a cup of cottage cheese, half a cup of fresh breadcrumbs, but I'm using pancos, 2 tablespoons of tomato paste, 2 cloves of garlic. Next we're going to add 1 teaspoon of dry mint. Oh, it's so nice to see you, Mel. How have you been? My work trip was, it was called a work trip for a reason. I worked my butt off. It was busy. I had a list of people I wanted to catch up with that I didn't even have time to see. Hey, Francesca. Oh, this is so nice. It's a little reunion. You haven't all forgotten me since I haven't been online for over a week. So a teaspoon of dried mint. I'm a bit rough with measurements when it's things like meatballs, you know, like you don't have to get a special little measure. Just use a teaspoon. It's fine. And next we're going to add a teaspoon of ground allspice. Now remember a few weeks ago I cooked with mixed spice and I said mixed spice is for sweet things and this is allspice. This is for the savoury. We did have little chats and you're probably not going to see my face because I've got 2 set cameras. You're all going to be bewildered by my skills in a little while. Trying something new tonight, but it still means you don't get my face because the camera I'm using at the moment pointing down is like a webcam sitting in a bracket. It could fall out at any second. In fact, it looks like it's about to. And then I'm using my phone, but it's bent down but you'll see it in a minute. So I am using measurings for this because it's easier to get into the allspice. But we want a teaspoon of allspice. Gosh, it's a beautiful flavour. If you like cloves and you like this camera angle, wicked. That's awesome news. Next we're going to do the zest of a large lemon. This is the biggest lemon I've got and it's a homegrown one, so it's a little bit imperfect, but even better. But I'm actually using this little zester that I think looks like Bart Simpson's profile. The little circle I reckon is his nose and the circle's up the top of his hair. What do you reckon? Does that look like Bart Simpson to any of you guys? Anyway, I don't care about finely. I like my curly whirlies. So curly whirlies are going in my meatballs. This is cool. The gang's all together. I mean, there's a few people missing, but all the people I love is on the YouTubes, or a lot of them are here now. Happy days. Poor Sunny. She's like, can you chase me around the house? I just had my dinner. And I'm like, nah. I'm going live on the YouTubes. It is Bart-like, isn't it? I think it's a bit Bart Simpson-ish. Hence its name, Bart Zester. The band is back together. It is. It's awesome. So what's news, Groovers? What have I missed in the YouTube world? Well, I went live yesterday from the airport very briefly because I've abandoned ship. The communities I used to frolic in, I care not. I'm still subscribed to a couple of sort of clip and parody channels, but for the most part, I think they're all absolutely weird and they're not inspiring. They're not motivating. They don't give me any joy. So I've let them go. Some sea salt and ground pepper next. Thank you very much. But that's not to say I'm not interested in hearing the shit that's been going on. I just don't want to listen to it anymore. So a good solid sprinkling of sea salt. And a nice big fat amount of black cracked pepper. Now these little guys, we've got a shop here called Shiploads, which is kind of like a dollar store or a reject shop. This thing cost me like $2 and it's like 4 years worth of pepper. And it's actually a really good grinder too. So check out those sort of dollar stores for bargains. Uh-oh. Is that Arlo calling Andrew a thugging beach? Oh my God. It's really funny when I started chatting to my friend Shanna, who I met through the true crime part of YouTube. Whenever I said I was going for a walk on the beach, she said I sounded like I was saying I was going for a walk on the bitch. All right, I reckon that's quite a lot of pepper now. And there be all of our ingredients, and we are going to get our hands dirty, and we're going to try and roll about 24. I'm never precious about the amount, but we'll see how we go. So you guys can just keep me company now while I roll a shitload of meatballs. This is the best part about cooking, getting your hands dirty. $2 stores are excellent. And for things like gigantic pepper grinders for a couple of bucks, and honestly, the amount of peppercorns in, and I cook all the time as you guys know, but the amount of peppercorns in there will last forever. Well, not forever, but I reckon a couple of years, possibly. Oh, this smells divine. The flavours. It's all kind of, and it's a bit sort of squishy and mushy because it's got the cottage cheese element. Quite a few recipes I've done lately with cottage cheese, which is, you know, not something I cook with a lot. But it seems to be becoming quite popular. Joey fucking Wilson, how are you? Yeah, I know the water trick, Deb. Thanks, gorgeous. Where's the beef? It's in here, baby cakes. It's in here. So for those of you just joining, 600 grams of beef mince, half a cup of cottage cheese, half a cup of fresh breadcrumbs, 2 tablespoons of tomato paste, 2 cloves of crushed garlic, a teaspoon of dried mint, a teaspoon of ground allspice, the finely grated zest of 1 large lemon, sea salt and ground pepper. Oh, you're here for the beef. Okay, I mentioned you before, Grandma Ducky, because I said, I don't know, you've never been critical of beef. You just don't like me cooking the lamb. You've got to say, Deb, the water tip, I just washed my hands because I had an itchy nose, funny enough, but this isn't that sticky for a meatball mix, so we'll see how we go. But yeah, I'm aiming to do about 24. I think the cottage cheese is going to make them quite light and sort of, I guess, I don't know. They feel light. They don't feel like a dense. Yes, hashtag save the lambs. No one wants to save the cottage cheese. Ducky! See, I told you, we're having a reunions. We're having a reunion, guys. So, have I missed anything on YouTube, or is it the same old miserable shit we're used to? Because, yeah, I just, my little vent from the airport yesterday with my mask on, I'm just like, I've been questioning the value of watching any of them for a long time, as anyone who's followed me on YouTube for a few years knows. But in the last few days while I was in Adelaide, I was like, I want to be inspired. Nobody wants to save the cottage cheese. Poor cottage cheese. Save the poor people like me. Save everyone. Tori's chat is like a dick. It pulses. Not chat camera. Huh? Wait, what? Oh, it's the camera pulsing. Yeah, sorry about that. God, I thought you were saying my chat pulses. I was going to take that as a mega compliment. I want pulsing chat. Yeah, I know. I'm going to actually go and look at a new webcam and a new tripod as well. So, throw up lots of love hearts and stuff up for Francesca in lockdown number 5. You're not watching your much. Huh? You're not... Yes, exactly. Save Fran. Oh, you're not watching YouTube much. Right. Well, you wouldn't have been watching me much anyway, because I haven't been on much. Joe Wilson, I would expect nothing less from you. Hey, Joey Vag, have you been causing shit on YouTube because you were the last time we caught up? Or are you behaving yourself now? Hey, Anya, how you doing? So my little meatballs are about this size, in case any of you are wondering. I will be showing you the plate of them at the end. I'm just rolling and rolling and rolling. I know, it's porn, right? She's playing with balls. So, what is news, though? Is there anything... Has anyone found a channel that makes their heart sing? What's going on? I did watch a couple of little sort of videos on Hartley's channel. I noticed she did one about Mummy Ramblings with the balls. So obviously those horrible little balls with the miniature supermarket things are coming back. But the thing is, Mummy Ramblings, I mean, I find her a bit, wet, and she's kind of a wet Alice Cooper lookalike, right? And she's, she's nice to fall asleep to. But she used to make so many jokes about the balls. So I think she should be given credit. Like, I'm not saying Hartley stole the idea, but Mummy Ramblings deliberately kept saying balls. It was the rudest I ever heard her. Oh, you and Natasha are friends now. Not Dave doing the dishes with Dave. He thinks you're a thing. I watch a lot of tiny home channels, and also the van conversions. But on Netflix, I also love Tiny House Nation. But do you know what I found on YouTube? I can't remember what it's called. But it's all of these people who built tiny houses that are now saying how shit it is living in a tiny house. Have you seen them? You love this bowl? This was a Coles bowl. I bought 3 of them a few years ago. They reminded me of my mum's growing up. They're sort of a bit retro looking. I've just got to wash my hands because I've made my bowls. And we'll do a ball count. Get your balls out. And did you notice I didn't need to keep dipping my hands in water? They weren't actually that sticky. I'm just going to get me little frying pan happening. Turn that on. Because we're about to fry some balls. All right. So here's my plate of balls. Yeah, Blue, you've got to find the Tiny House haters. It's hilarious. God, you guys are chatting like there's no tomorrow. Joey's changed teams. What teams? What, she's friends with Natasha. Is Natasha the one that sits in the giant recliner and wears cold shoulder tops? Is that Natasha? No scoops from Fran. All a bit dull on the YouTubes, is it? You giggle when she says balls. MRB? Lots of behind the scenes shit getting put out. Apparently Cindy Watts is now on. Oh, Jesus. Yuck. I don't like her. Like, irrespective of what her son did, I do not like that woman. I wouldn't let her. She's bad juju. Don't want her in my house. Yeah, but Blue, if you can find people talking about why living in a tiny house sucks. She cried. I felt bad. You made someone cry. Yeah, RV Life's great. And all the van conversion videos are wicked too. Oh, the dude thinks they're an item. Can you put little faces on the bowls? No, I want to cook them so I can make I reckon they are going to be quite moist balls though, Anya. They feel very light and fluffy. Hello, Veruca. How's work? YouTube has got... Well, YouTube was always in the shitter, let's be honest. Yeah, okay, fair call. Cottage cheese, yogurt. Look, just it's going to be amazing. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, where did I start there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm one ball short. Hitler, he only had one ball. Oh, no, Stalin. No, what was it? Hitler, he only had one ball. Stalin had two, but they were small. So I'm missing a ball, but I do not care. So, guys, be prepared. I'm about to invite a guest up on with me. Please, welcome to the panel, Element Cam. Woohoo! Look at me go. Hey! So I don't have to try and move my red wine bottle thing and things falling over and, you know, all that stuff. Because I know Jay faked a call with a former girlfriend of Chris Watts, and Jay was on that panel too. So yeah, the Cans thing. Hey, here's a weird thing. Cans, the real Cans, was actually a member of my child-free group on Facebook. Somebody on YouTube picked it up. They didn't stay in the group very long. I've got a feeling someone might have contacted them. Look under the bowl for the missing ball. I know, how fancy. So I'm just heating up this fabulous pan over here. I've got it on a medium to high heat. See the little curds of cottage cheese in the balls? That's meant to look like that. Your little curds. Where's Grandma Ducky gone? I'm saying curd, cottage cheese, balls. Uh-oh, Fran's washing a lady. But still listening. Well, we'll talk about you washing your lady. Don't you worry about that. So I'm just actually a medium heat's probably a bit better. I'm not going to blast the crap out of my moist balls. But obviously we need some olive oil to cook our balls in. About 2 tablespoons. There she blows. And the pan is nice. This pan does take quite a while to heat up, but it's a ripper once she's up and running. And you can test if your oil is hot several ways. One way is a drop of water. It's not hot yet. Another way is to put a moist ball into the pan, and if it do sizzle, then the pan and the oil are hot. Fran's going to do a makeup mobster. Oh, yes. Grandma Ducky, I'm making this recipe. It's from New Zealand. If you want to write to New Zealand and complain about cottage cheese, I reckon these are going to be superb. Hey, Plumey, test your water is hot. Just put a finger in it. Exactly. Is the camera still pulsing? I thought it stopped. But the other way, which I learned in Vietnam, because I cook with cooking chopsticks a lot, if you put a chopstick in a pan, when the oil is hot, it actually will... See how that's making it go out like that? How cool is that? I'll do it again. This is just a humble chopstick. It's a long one. It's a big long stick over these balls, right? So it's a cooking chopstick. But check this out. It's like Moses parting the Red Sea. Oh, it's not doing it now because it's getting hot enough. But yeah, if the oil bubbles up around your chopstick, you know it's hot enough. It has stopped. It was only when the bowl... Yeah, it's not focusing on things anymore, that poor little camera. But yeah, how cool was that chopstick? That's actually not what it's meant to do, to know if the oil's hot or not. That parting of the Red Sea thing... not sure what made that happen. But I do know it's getting pretty hot. So the other way to check is just chuck in a ball. Oh, can you hear the sizzle? So we don't want to cram our pan with too many balls. If it requires a couple of rounds of cooking, so be it. And a single layer, people, don't pile them all in on top of each other. This isn't a bloody orgy. We're cooking meatballs. Just putting a bit of oil back in the middle of the pan. So we're going to do it in 2 batches. Because you don't want them to stew in their own juices. Because everybody knows ball juice, you don't want your balls cooked in ball juice. You're not liking all the hands? The balls need ball room, exactly. You didn't like the hands. I thought this was... So is this... You're not liking this smell? G'day. Aloha. Well, hello there. G'day. Ta-da. Da-da-da. Da. Dee-doo. Hot balls burning in their own juices. Yes. Your eyes are confused. I'm sorry. I'll try to stay in one screen at a time. Damn it, I thought I had done such a great thing and everyone was going to go, wow, this is so cool. But now it's confusing people. I've got the biggest bowls of them all. At least tonight. Although I don't know if there's any lurkers that might want to compete with me. So we're just going to cook these gently. We want to brown them on all sides until they're just cooked through. And then using a slotted spoon because we want to keep some of the oil in the pan because we're going to be making the yogurt sauce in there too. I know your brain's sensitive, but it could be confusing. Awesome. See, Anya's, I've got big bowls. They're such big balls. They're dirty big balls. Great balls of fire. What's another ball song? Or have we covered them all? He sure did, Joey Wilson. He sure did. I don't know why men brag about having big balls. Look, to be honest, I know that it pleases a man to do things with their testicles, like putting them in your mouth. But being a bit smaller is an advantage. You don't want to be trying to put a ball in your mouth that's the size of a boiled egg. There's nothing hot or sexy about that at all. I'm sorry, there's just not. I don't know why they think women are going to go, like when they go, oh, I've got a small dick, but I've got huge balls. Well, I'll take small dick and small balls, thanks. Like, truly, what's there to brag about that you've got big nuts? It makes you more liable to get knackered. Like, if your balls are that big and pokey outy, there's a good chance you're going to get knackered a fair bit, right? That's not a plus. If a girl is a bit uncomfortable with balls in her mouth and she's also gagging on them, I mean, that's not a good look. So why do men brag about the size of their nuts? Where's a man to come and explain this? Melmo, you like big balls? Well, I'm happy to hear that. I mean, if they're really big, you know, they're okay to play with, but... We're talking about meatballs or man balls, and you just said you like big balls. Man balls. Big meatballs. Good. These are rather tender, I have to say. But yeah, I don't get it. I'm not sure why men think women are going to be impressed when they go, oh, I've got really big balls. I'm sorry, sir, but the size of your testicles and your scrotum will not lure me into your boudoir. Oh, now we're going into butt talk, Blue. Well, trust you to take it into the gutter. Deb, I don't know about that. I mean, if it's, you know, this big, then yes, we've got an issue with size. But look at the advantages of that. There's no gagging, there's no lockjaw. You know, it's actually, size is great, but it's pointless if they don't know what to do with it, you know. One of my favourite lovers wasn't the biggest donger, but my God, he knew how to wield it. I'd rather go for thick than long, to be honest. Short and thick does the trick. Long and thin won't get fully in. I don't know. Why am I doing? I'm not even drinking. I've got a meatball catastrophe happening here too. These are so tender. I don't want to break them. It says cook them gently. Maybe I'm being a bit rough. But I'm always rough with balls. They deserve it. Tori's tender balls on the tubes. Butts and balls. No lockjaw. Exactly. Or gagging. So, you know, don't knock that. It may not be great for penetration, but in other areas of your sexy time, I'm all for this. I'd love a penis that size for some things that I do to penises. I'd be over the moon if I had to give a penis that size a head job. I think all my Christmases had come at once. And they would have. They would. All right, I'm taking these delicately cooked meatballs out. I'm not using a slotted spoon. I've got enough washing up to do already. And I completely forgot I said to take them out with a slotted spoon. I'm not really stealing much oil. Okay. Let's whack in the other half. Gentle, I know, I've got to be more gentle with the balls. Well, talking about men bragging about their gigantic scrotum and testicles made me get a bit rough. Because it's like, who cares? And God forbid a woman bragged about having a gigantic vagina. That wouldn't have the same reaction, would it? But I just don't know why men seem to think we give a fuck about the size of their nuts. I'm yet to find a friend, a woman, anybody that I know who says, I've met the man of my dreams. He's got gigantic testicles. Oh, we have, Grandma Ducky. It's going to have a warm yogurt sauce and paprika butter. There's no shortage of sauce with these balls, I'm telling you right now. Where's my sunny bum? Oh God, she might be having an enclosure. Maybe. I don't know where she is. Probably out freezing a tit. She's pissed off at me because I won't chase her around the house. Told you, it's the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen. Security, we need a defib on blue. What does blue? What's wrong with blue? I've already talked about ball juice and ball jizz, Grandma Ducky. My God, you all took this live to the gutter. I'm an innocent bystander in all of this. Oh my God, a friend of mine's having a conversation with Nigella Lawson on Twitter, and I'm so jealous. I mean, I'm not jealous, I'm proud of her, it's wicked, but it's over a thing in Tasmania we make called savoury toast. Here's me talking scrotum, ball jizz, all of it. Can't get a bloody g'day from Nigella. But my friend Ange, another Ange in my life, is talking savoury toast, and Nigella's like, ooh, tell me more. Why are you singing out there? She won't freeze. It's not actually that cold here tonight. It's lovely. It's quite mild. Yeah, savoury toast is superb, but, you know, I've been trying to get Nigella's attention for a while. Even personally thanking her for coming to Tasmania a few years ago, and just, you know, how much she enjoyed Tassie. And when we saw her speaking at this event, she was like, I'm wearing my loosest fitting dress because I have just eaten my way around Tasmania. Mind you, she's absolutely stunning. Her loosest fitting dress would be my tightest fitting dress. Ah, big balls make Anya's vag snap shut like a bear trap. Mel, you made 100 meatballs. Holy shit. Hey, Ruth. Hello. I've never made these. Yeah, you were balls deep. Nice one, Anya, for Mel. Hashtag balls deep. Look how much my chat moves. I love it. Like, there's 13 people and you're just fun. You're really fun. You know when you go into a chat and there's like 600 people watching and there's 8 people talking? And the chat's barely moving. It's like awkward. But you guys are just all gorgeous and hanging out and fuck, I love yous. Meatballs rock. But I haven't made this recipe before. This is from a magazine called Dish from New Zealand that I've never even heard of. But Georgie, who I stayed with, whose 50th it was in Adelaide, she put me onto it, and she's a mad cook as well. And she said everything she's made out of dish so far has been incredible. And really simple, but just a bit quirky, like the cottage cheese, the controversial cottage cheese. Alright, so I'm going to take these out. Now, they're still a bit rare in the middle, but this is fresh beef mince. There will be a bit of a sauce happening, so I think they'll continue to cook a bit, you know. Oh gosh, sorry Mel, this is probably doing your head in, this bit. I didn't think about that. I'm sorry, love. Especially because it's upside down, like they're up at their... Oh. Uh-oh, spill in aisle 6, spill in aisle 6. That one's a bit undercooked anyway. Let me just do a bit of creaming as we go. Alright. We'll just give this one a little bit longer. I'm just trying to make this look cleaner, and I've actually made it look dirtier. That's awesome. Go Tory. So coming up shortly, we're going to be making the yogurt sauce of those duck balls. No, Grandma Ducky. I'm so old, I've probably loved balls longer than anyone in this room. Oh, look at our little Grandma Ducky ball lover. Yeah, Mummy Ramblings is like, oh, I've got balls. And like, no, we've got balls and the oldest ball lover on YouTube. All right, this one is just munted. Come on. There's always one. There's always one ball that just doesn't... Yeah, one lonely ball. Exactly. Okay. One lonely ball in the frying pan. That's a song I just wrote. It's off my new album, Death, Where Are You, You Gutless Prick. You'll eat that lonely ball? I bet you will, Grandma Ducky, you dirty ducky. Okay, so let's make a yogurt sauce. First we've got to get the oil, the excess oil out of the pan. However, see how there's like the little sticky bits? Try and keep them in the pan according to the recipe. Just remove the oil, but if possible, I'm going to lose a few sticky bits. But yeah, see how there's still sticky bits in the pan? We want them for our yogurt sauce. Now, I've never made this before, so let me just read what the hell I'm doing. So I've poured off the fat from the pan. I've left the sticky bits. The pan's back over the heat. And, okay, the stock. Now, I'm just waiting. Hopefully it's fully defrosted now. I've still got so much homemade stock in the freezer. We need a cup of chicken stock. I took it out to defrost. Oh, there's a little tiny lump of it. Oh, I can tell from the smell this isn't, in fact, my chicken stock. This is from Christmas. This is my turkey stock. Oh, hell to the yes. So we're going to increase the heat to like a medium high. And then we're going to whack in the stock and let that bubble up and reduce by half. Meanwhile, I'm just going to move the balls. Sorry, Grandma Ducky. I've taken your balls away. Please forgive me. A mukbang at the end. Look, you probably won't be able to see me, but you'll hear me for sure. It'll be an ASMR or whatever the fuck it's called. So we're just going to get... the recipe calls for 2 cups of yogurt. Yogurty. Just a plain. I'm using a Greek yogurt. Plain. Don't use like fruit of the forest or apricot yogurt because it would be disgusting. Just going to keep an eye on stock over here. We want to reduce it by half. Hopefully it's not going to fog up my camera and my camera's not going to shut down. But we'll just keep an eye on that. But yeah, we want the stock to reduce by half. But in the meantime, we're going to get a couple of tablespoons of our yogurt out of our 2 cups of yogurt. And we're just going to, oh shit, I need a bigger bowl. I need a bigger bowl. There's whisking and all sorts of shit to do. Hang on, let me check the recipe. Oh, it did say a medium bowl, so this is another one of the bowls that Deb's like. Sorry, I'm not reading chat at the moment, I'm concentrating. So I'm just going to put that yogurt into a bigger bowl. And let's pop a little bit more. So about 2 tablespoons from the 2 cups. And then we're going to add some corn flour. We're going to add... I've just got to make sure I'm making this right. How much corn flour do I need? 2 teaspoons. Okay. Still watching that stock bubbling away over there. Hasn't reduced by half yet. I won't burn the ball bits. House on fire. Not yet. Maybe soon. Okay, so to little 2 tablespoons of yogurt, we're going to add a couple of teaspoons of corn flour. And we just want to mix that together till it's smooth. So we'll just mix this together till it's smooth, like a smooth paste. I'm still watching the stock. I hope you guys are too. Sorry, I put some wine. Burning down the house. Ain't burning down the house. This is looking pretty smooth. If you ask me, I'd call that smooth, right? Now we're going to whack in an egg. Here's my egg. 1 egg. There she blows. We want to add some more salt. And the remaining yogurt. So like I said before, there's 2 cups. Minus those 2 tablespoons. So I'm just going to add that. Sorry, it's a bad camera angle, but I'm left-handed. Still watching the stock. I don't think it's reduced by half yet. Does anybody else? Speaking of whack in special ed. This is fancy. Welcome, special ed. Special ed. Good grief. I get some weirdos in my chat from time to time. Special ed, are you one of them? Great name, I have to say. Oh God, I've just put yogurt. And there you go. What have I missed? I can't keep up with you fuckers. And so we've now got 2 cups of yogurt. We've added that corn flour a little bit before. We've also put an egg and some salt, and we're going to whisk this all together. Whisking, whisking, whisk away. Special Ed, it's great to have you here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you're going to visit, you've got to subscribe. My glasses are covered in yogurt now. Alright, Ski. I'm just going to remove Element Cam because now all the action hangs here. So this has all been nicely whisked together, and then we're going to start slowly whisking in the hot stock, which has definitely reduced by half now. So there's a first bit of stock, and we're going to slowly whisk that in. I guess we're slowly whisking it so it doesn't split or curdle. And so far, Groovers, so good. Add a bit more of the stock. Wow, the judges on MasterChef would be like, oh, don't let it split. And they'd be going, oh my God, Tori's got this under control. Where's Grandma Ducky? This is the sauce that we're going to be cooking our balls in. There's going to be some more ball action soon. Get ready for it. And then I'm going to add the last of the stock. And this pan's going back. Now don't forget we did leave sticky bits in, so you will get a few sticky bits in the sauce. Look at this, guys. And then we want to pop the heat down to low for a minute. I'm just going to let the pan cool down a little bit so we don't get like burnt sticky bits. Not too burnt. You want them a little bit burnt. Those sort of little crunchy surprises are great. Blue, didn't you hear? Who are you, Special Ed? How come? Does everyone know who Special Ed is except for me? It's reminding me of Swedish meatballs a bit, Mel, but it's called beef meatballs with warm yogurt sauce and paprika butter. So, yeah. But now what we're going to do, I'm going to bring back Element Cam. Welcome back, Element Cam. It's been a while. And we're going to pour this sauce now into the pan. We want to thicken the sauce a little bit. I'm just going to get that spatula thing again. So we've put it down to a lower heat because we don't want this to boil, but we do want it to thicken a bit. So I'm going to get me a wooden spoon. I better not remove me from, because if I do that, the whole thing might shut down. So what we want to do now is we're stirring it constantly until the sauce has thickened a little, apparently about 2 minutes, but you definitely don't want to let it boil or it will curdle. I thought about making some mashed potatoes and stuff, but because I'm doing this skillet cookie as well, I'm literally just making the meatballs. Keep an eye on the temperature because, yeah, you don't want it to boil. You do not want curdled jizz. But I feel like I haven't been able to read chat, so I feel like I've missed out on finding out who Special Ed is. Can someone fill me in? Now, it's only going to thicken a little. It's not going to be, like, super thick. So you don't have to stand here stirring it constantly for the rest of your life. Just a couple of minutes to get it nicely thickened. Not much longer. Oh, you figure things out when you lurk. Okay, well, Special Ed is special, and it's great to have you here, Special Ed. I've never heard of you, but I haven't been avoiding YouTube. I've been living, so I haven't been anywhere near fucking YouTube. It's not the only. I don't just come here when I don't have a life. I like doing the cooking and stuff, but all right, Ski. I reckon that's pretty thickened. So let's add the balls back to the sauce. Shit, there is a bit of bubbling going on. I just dropped my tongs too. Crikey. I'm just going to chuck in a couple of balls to stop it from bubbling too much. Where's me other set of tongs? Oh my god, there's like yogurt sauce jizz everywhere. It looks like I've been filming bukkake in my kitchen, everybody. It looks like before I went live, I was making a bukkake video for Special Ed and his friends. Okay, that ball broke, but that's alright. A busted ball ain't going to matter too much. But we want to drop in the balls. These are balls that we cooked earlier. We played with the balls, and Grandma Ducky is the oldest ball player on YouTube. She's been playing with scrotum and testicles longer than anyone else. We are indeed in the company of royalty. So respect the Ducky and her ball handling skills. That is second to none. There is no one on YouTube who would have skills that could match those of the Ducky. Alright, we're chucking in our balls. I'm running out of bench space. And we just want to make sure that our little balls are covered in sauce. And I'm so sorry I can't read chat because I'm sure it's bloody gold at the moment, but I'm busy. I'm coating my balls in creamy jizz in my bukkake movie set kitchen. But I trust you're all having a great time. I kind of wish I was in chat with you, not doing this, to be honest. But who doesn't like watching a bit of ball action, right? Live ball action on YouTube on a Sunday night in Australia. Those Americans are missing out. They just sit around bitching about each other all day. They could be playing with balls. I mean, come on. Priorities, people. How's that shower going, Joey the Vag? You washing your lady? Giving it a good scrub? I hope so. Don't you do a makeup mobster and turn your camera on deliberately. I mean accidentally. Alright. They look doused in jizz, I tell you. So we'll just put this, I need this for later. I truly am running out of space. So there's our balls, and I'm just going to turn the element off and get the lid. Because next up, we're going to make the paprika sauce on a really big element with a really small saucepan. Ball jizz. Oh God, it tastes good. Oh, it's really, was it Fran that was in the shower? Next time make a video and play it live, and I will do that. Play me. That's a good, in fact, I'm going to make, people like me, I like to take yummy lunches to work. So tomorrow I'm actually going to make a lunch. But you're right, I could pre-record it and then do like a, what's the word? Like a premiere. Very lemony, the balls. Very lemony, beautiful. So let's make this paprika butter. So we're just going to get a little saucepan. And we want to put it on like a medium heat to start off with. There's seriously, oh my God, there's yogurt everywhere. Oh, wrong element. It's totally a bukkake kitchen, my God. The cleanup is going to be bloody hilarious too. So, for the paprika butter, we want about 1/4 of a cup of butter. Just guesstimate, guys. That's kind of like 1/4 of a cup. You know, if you make a bit too much, does it matter? No. Everyone's going to need a shower. Is anyone having a cold shower at the moment? So a little bit of butter into a pan, and then we're going to add a couple of cloves of crushed garlic. Give my crusher a rinse. Now, girls, we're crushing garlic, not the balls. Don't get too carried away. Don't get all excited thinking you're about to see some ball crushing. That butter's starting to get all sizzly and yummy. These have been relatively easy to peel, so I haven't had to do my little trick, but some of you might know that you just squash it with your knife and the skin just comes straight off, if by magic. So let's crush these 2 cloves of garlic into the butter. I'm making messes everywhere now because it's fun. And paprika. We want to add a teaspoon of paprika. I reckon there's probably not even quite a teaspoon in there, but I'm just going to chuck all of that in. Oh no, that's about a teaspoon. I did have some sweet paprika on standby. And we want to add about half a teaspoon of cumin seeds. You're blown away by the production. You're taking the piss. So about half a teaspoon of cumin seeds. That's what they look like before they're ground. And they smell as good as the ground version. Uh-oh. I think my phone's overheated, guys. It's just said something. I think it's just shut down because it's been sitting over a hot element for a while. So I might just take that away and give it a bit of a chance to... Yeah, my phone's been overheating, so... bugger. We'll just let that... Oh, including... Yeah, it's shut everything, including StreamYard, sorry. So, for the moment, I'm just going to let that cool down because I want to make this cookie skillet. We lost our buddy. We lost Element Cam, I know. Oh, you're not taking the piss, Special Ed. Well, thank you. Is that Australian Ellis? Because you called... Oh, I was going to say you called me Tori, but then I do have my name on the screen. Element Cam has overheated. But anyway, the paprika butter is... we're just letting everything kind of sizzle together for a couple of minutes. Until it's lightly toasted, the seeds. So can you see that at the moment it's all frothy, and we'll let it settle. But I reckon that's a couple of minutes. And we're about to do a taste test of the balls. Now, the balls, you could serve them with all kinds of yummy stuff, like, you know, mashed potato. If you're more of a rice person, you could just do some green veggies. We are just going to do a little cheeky garnish. But that butter, you can see the seeds have toasted. They've gone a nice brown colour. Hopefully you can see a few in there. So that's, oh my God, that smells amazing. I've never done a butter sauce with toasted cumin seeds in it. Holy shit. Holy shit. I knew putting a phone in the oven would be a bad idea. It'll come back. It's a bit precious, this phone. It's a bit of a snowflake. All right. We're going to do a little taste test for everyone. But before we do that, I just want to get some fresh mint. And I just want to use, I was going to say some of the smaller leaves, but they're quite big. But I was just going to make a pretty little garnish for our scroti. We're going to make our little scroties look nice with some greenery on top. We're also going to put a bit of the dried mint on top. So it's going to have a bit of flavour. That sauce smells incredible. So let's plate up. Now, I'm only going to do a little taste test. I'm not going to do a massive serving right now. So I'll put in 3 balls. Oh, I've got to tell you guys, the yogurt sauce has thickened quite a lot too. It's quite rich and thick. What did I tell you guys? Uh-oh, short and thick does the trick. Then, this is no MasterChef. Let me get it clean. Tea towel. I am going to actually tidy up this messy plate. Plating up is the most important part, right? On MasterChef, they say. So I'm just going to get rid of that little bit of bulges. And then what you want to do is spoon over some of this beautiful paprika butter that's got the toasted seeds in it. And you'll see now, like, it's actually it'll cut through the yogurt sauce a little bit, but it's also giving it a really yummy colour. Unfortunately, it's not as beautiful on camera as it is in the flesh. I don't know why this camera dulls everything, but hopefully you can see how pretty that looks now. Also, Special Ed isn't Australian. If you feel comfortable in an Australian chat, well, you should. We're all pretty down to earth here. And then some fresh mint, and also we're going to sprinkle, and this is from the recipe, a little bit of the dried mint over the top as well. Guys, does that look pretty to you? It is Aussie Alice. I thought it was. Little fucker. G'day. G'day, AE. So there it is. Let's taste it. Now that has taken me an hour and 15, but we've been mucking around a lot, so it probably wouldn't even take half an hour, really, if you think about it. It was a pretty quick thing to make. But I'm just going to get stuck into a ball and let you know what it's like. That looks so good, especially with that. Doesn't butter sauce just make everything look porn? Oh my God. They are the most tender balls. They are the... Look, you all knocked the cottage cheese. Holy shit. He's so talented. He heckles himself in such... Look, he's always been fun here. And I'm all for anyone just having fun and raising people up on YouTube. They friggin' deserve it. And people just need to learn how to laugh at themselves. Yes, Grandma Ducky, they are juicy, tender and moist. Yum. Everything about them is amazing. They are so good. They are so, and so friggin' easy. But that beautiful paprika butter with the garlic and the toasted cumin seeds, it makes it quite posh. Oh, I'm glad, Grandma Ducky. Number 5 on moist. I was never against cottage cheese. Well, I can see why they've suggested it. It's really good. It's just, there's nothing chewy. There's nothing bouncy about these balls. I've got the softest balls of them all. The yogurt sauce is exquisite. This is weeknight cooking though. Like, honestly, if you were cooking it, had everything good to go, you could put it all together in 30 minutes. Do a bit of... I don't think I'd even do mashed potato on the side because the yogurt sauce is quite rich. Maybe just like some green beans, or you could do it with like a little salad. Yeah, exactly. Hashtag bukkake balls. There's yogurt all over my kitchen now, but it was worth it. But yeah, maybe some green beans or your favourite green veggies, whatever they might be. You know, peas would be beautiful with it. A little crunchy green salad. You like my fuck apron, Deb? Fuck dick pics. Fuck YOLO. Fuck emojis. My favourite. Fuck Facebook. Another lovely dish. Yep. I give the bukkake balls 10 out of 10. I'm being sensible now. I would definitely... This is going into my black book for sure. Boys have black books for all of their lovers. My black book is full of my favourite recipes. I bet you would, Special Ed. Somebody beat you to it. Me. Literally spilling yogurt. Well, not spilling. It just seems to be everywhere. There are traces of cumin seeds. But there are lots of nuts coming up in my next dish. So we're going from balls to nuts. I'm going to eat the last one because it's so good. It is pretty rich. What does it say at the top? Serve these tender meatballs over a cooked grain such as burgle, barley, couscous or brown rice. Flatbreads for mopping up the sauce are also recommended. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mel, you could do your little, was it jelly bean flatbreads the other day, or was it M&M's? Was it jelly bean, wasn't it? Yeah, I can imagine this with a flatbread. Oh my God. Amazing. Everyone have a smoke break now, because I'll need a few minutes just to reset my camera so we can do element cam. Oh God, those toasted, the best thing about them, I mean, everything's yummy. The meatballs are really tender. The sauce is really rich and creamy. The butter is beautiful, but those toasted cumin seeds, they are the money shot. Yeah, pink jelly beans. We're smoking meth. But everyone have a smoke break, because I've got to reset the kitchen anyway. Oh my God, that's so good. I don't want to stop eating it. Hey, it's Grandma Ducky gone. Look what I just saw. Fuck duck face. But not Grandma Ducky face. Guys, these are amazing. They are the moistest, tenderest. You don't need to keep seeing the half or the nearly all gone bowl. This is lick the bowl good though. Holy fuck. Oh, Grandma Ducky. Oh my God. Yeah, these are wicked. Make 'em, people. They weren't hard. There's no fancy ingredients. Yum. But I've got like a month's supply. I don't think these will freeze really well because of the yogurt. I mean, you can freeze them, but they won't defrost and cook as well. So this is actually going to be dinner for me for the next few nights. I'll just cook up some green beans or make a little salad and have it with them. I might even take a heap of them into work tomorrow and just say to people, just heat them up. They're delicious with some of that butter. Yum. So good. Sweet dreams, Anya. I'm glad you enjoyed all the ball humour. I'm just going to stop my cam for a sec while I clean this up a bit. Regroup. I'll definitely be eating those balls. I'll be chomping down on them balls tomorrow night. I was going to cook I might actually just make the video of the lunch. Maybe I'll have the balls for dinner each night and I'll make that lunch tomorrow too because it looks really good. It's like a tuna brown rice salad with a walnut pesto. Oh, you're on fire, Ruth. There was excessive chili in your veg. Who's Debbie Downer? Who's Debbie Downer? I want to know. Actually, what I'll do before I get the camera, hopefully it's cooled down now. I'll show you a picture of this, what we're about to make. This skillet cookie. Holy shit. There is nothing dietary about this skillet cookie we're about to make, but I just thought it sounded like fun. And I'm about to start keto again, so I'm like, before you start keto, make something really, really evil. So that is what we are doing, my friends. Where's the photo? It's actually the thumbnail of this live. Here we go. Check out what we're about to make. So if you're thinking of leaving, I reckon you should stick around because I'm going to show you how to make this. Is this an open panel cooking show? It could be. It could be. I love having people come up for a chat. Let me just get my camera sorted out. I mean, yeah, if anybody wants to come up on here, I'm happy to drop the link while we make this other thing. Let me know what you're doing, Mel. Are you going to make Grandma Ducky as head of the DP, double penetration? Wait, what have I missed? Can I send you a DP? A DP? I can't see Debbie either, Blue. What do you... Who... I didn't say... Just because I talked about giving head doesn't mean I want double penetration. What's a DP? If it's not that. All right. What's a... Oh, a dick pic. Oh, Debbie never talks. The thumbs down. Oh, bless, bless. A dick pic. Okay. Well, didn't I just make a fool out of myself? I went straight to double penetration. That's quite a leap. I will drop the link in here if anyone wants to join in. But I will be concentrating. You'll have to, like, commentate my cooking. So, oh shit, I've got to get my KitchenAid set up as well. So let me just put the link in. Anybody's welcome as long as you don't show me a dick pic, a live one. Okay, let me just move that. God, there's shit everywhere. But I have prepped all of the... Actually, I don't even need the other cam for this. Oh yes I do. No I don't. No I don't. Wicked. Oh, happy day. I'm not hungry now because those meatballs... Seriously, guys, those meatballs are the bomb. Like, holy shit, they're good. You get little bits of lemon and then you've got the yogurt and those toasted cumin seeds are unbelievable. Garlic, like all just beautiful flavors, but really fresh and light. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just dragging my KitchenAid we're going to be doing some KitchenAid action in a minute. But take a link if anybody wants to. But no, I don't want to see doodles. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to spray down this stove top. I'm going to de-jizz my stove top. There better be something good on telly tonight for me to watch while I clean up this kitchen. My God. No one's taking a link. Look, if Ozzy wants to jump up on... I can't call him Ozzy because it reminds me of that other, you know, Aussie Downer. So I call him AE because I just can't call him Aussie. I just can't. And Australian Ellis is PayPal Grandma Ducky $24.99 for special Ed's dick pics. I'll be keeping my money, thank you. But thank you, Grandma Ducky. Hey, a girl I work with, we were trying to catch up for a coffee while I was in Adelaide, and we didn't end up having a coffee. So she bought me a mug. I'll show it to you in a sec. And it's this really gorgeous little, it's a black mug and it's got like a little white floral pattern on it. But there's like a little, a message, like within the design, there's this tiny little quote, which was so ironic because I've had a bit of a baptism of fire in my job. And she's witnessed one of my meltdowns. I've only had 3. That's the compulsory number when you start a new job. But yeah, it just looks like a little floral mug. And then it's got this little quote hidden that says, "You have made it through 100% of your bad days." I love it. So I'll show you that in a second when I finish doing the stovetop. There's quite a bit of grease splatter going on the stovetop. I was hoping to get it all nice and shiny, but it's requiring quite a few squirts. Oh, squirt. Don't go there. Who went there? Don't send all your money to send it to Tori. Oh, thank you, Mel. Tanny. How are you? I'm just resetting the kitchen for this skillet cookie we're going to make, which, oh my God, it just looks and sounds redonkulous. But in a minute, I would like to have a chat with you, Tanny. I didn't see any messages from you today explaining what you alluded to yesterday on my live. Obviously, itching to find out what happened. Doesn't sound good at all, mate. Let me just check this recipe and see if I need to get my other camera set up or not. It's all happening in the Shxtty Kitty Kitchen. Put that down here. Okay. No, we don't need it because it's a baking. So I'm just going to set the oven to 180 degrees Celsius. You will need an oven-proof frying pan or skillet. There's nobody backstage. So yeah, Debbie Downer, the one thumbs down. I just went over to YouTube. So, okay. Get my phone, we don't need that. Wait till you see this, guys. Honestly, it sounds so good. How's the KitchenAid shot? You happy with that, guys? You'll be able to see most of it. Most of the action. Did he chicken it? He's been on my panel before if it's Australian Ellis. So I don't know why he'd be chickening out, but anyway. We'll be coming up. Well, actually, I'm just going to go to the loo, so just chat amongst yourselves. Like you needed to know that. Welcome to anyone arriving to my channel right now. If you don't like swearing, I suggest you fuck off right now. Okay. Ta-da, KitchenAid. I was inspired to do that because I just saw that on the apron. Fuck swearing. This is the mug I was mentioning. So look at it. It's just like a little floral mug. Little black floral mug, right? Oh, Grandma Ducky, thank you. I've got to go to YouTube and see what you chose. Yum. Oh, wow. It says yum. That's so cool. And then look, hidden in the pattern. Oh, wait, where's StreamYard gone? Hidden in the pattern is a little quote. It's not going to focus. There you go. You have made it through 100% of your bad days. I think that is, there's something in that for everyone. I love it. So that's my new, I'm going to take it to work. Thank you so much, Grandma Ducky, for the super sticky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Tori, be my mum.
Tonight, just for tonight, please. Is that okay, Tori?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Rustic Flamenco. G'day. Rustic Flamenco.
Me. Can you hear me, Tori?
My mum, a bit of a problem with your audio.
Okay.
As in, there's none. Go on. He gone. So, Rustic Flamenco, are you Rustic Mockery from a former life? I think you might be. Good to see you, beautiful. Let me get this little recipe over here. Oh, Grandma Ducky, stop it. Oh, could you hear? I couldn't hear. Oh, because I've got to have it on mute. Oh, actually, no. I don't have to mute it now. Hang on. I don't have to mute it now. I had to with my phone. So come back on up, Tori, will you be my mum or whatever you were called? Grandma Ducky, you spoil me. Welcome to Traces of Nuts. If you don't like nuts, get the fuck out. Brilliantly done. Actually, I've been meaning to do this for ages, Ducky. You might be flashing a bit special now. Special, it is special. Okay, I better go back over to StreamYard. Thank you, Grandma Ducky. That's so lovely of you. Let's make this skillet. Did you all see what we're making? I swear to God, guys, this looks like porn. I've never made one of these before, but I reckon it's going to be absolutely amazing. Or it's going to be dry and disgusting. I don't know. Grandma Ducky, I just looked on my phone. Excuse me. You're spoiling me. Thank you. Stop. I mean, are you getting embarrassed now? Thank you. You're just gorgeous. So this is what we're making for anyone who is only just coming in now. Can you see that? Focus. Like, I mean, hello. Food porn. I know he's your adopted boy. I was just making sure it was formerly Rustic Mockery. And yeah, I've now unmuted my laptop. I had to have it muted while I was using my phone as well because I get like feedback. Good to see you, Rustic Flamenco. I've missed you. All right, so we're going to make that fabulous looking skillet cookie, an indulgent and fun dessert, best eaten warm with ice cream and a swirl of smooth peanut butter or chocolate sauce. You can make the cookie dough in advance and refrigerate it, and then you bring it to room temperature before you bake. Uh-oh. He's back.
Hey, Tori, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can, mate. It was my fault. I had to mute my laptop because I was also like in StreamYard on my phone as well, and it was like causing feedback. So it wasn't your audio, it was mine.
Of course.
Oh, wait a minute. Blue,
yeah,
we got saying there's an echo.
We got an echo, yeah. So you might need headphones.
I'm about to go grab them.
Okay. Alright, what's going on in chat? Aussie Ellis Rustic. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know where I've put them.
Oh wait, Rustic is my adopted boy. Not mine. I don't know what you're saying, Mel.
This is going to suck, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm going to have to cook with headphones.
Some way to talk about your guest.
This is going to be
gonna
weird.
suck.
Well, it's more that I'm going to be cooking with headphones on, which is sort of weird, I reckon.
Is there any imminent danger to your phone that we should think about with that kitchen aid? Like there was with the elements?
Melmel's saying you need to turn your sound off.
I think she needs to shut the fuck up, to be honest.
Hey, come on.
I'm only joking.
Yeah, it's not actually playing in my headphones either, which is weird. It's saying I'm connected, but it's not.
Hello. Yeah, so it's still echoing. I turned my YouTube off.
I'm trying.
That was a good suggestion. Good troubleshooting suggestion, Mel.
It's saying I'm connected, but I'm not. Do I have to go somewhere in my settings? Audio.
Yes, it's true. I am Mel's son.
Okay, let's see if this works.
Oh, that sounds crystal clear.
But I still can't hear you in my headset.
Really? Can you hear me at all?
Now. Oh, hang on. Say something. I think I heard you just
Hello.
grunt.
Yeah, I know. I grunt. Yeah, I was sitting here.
Oh, for some reason, it kept saying my my headset was connected, which it was, but it wasn't in StreamYard. So there's no echo now. Woohoo! Okay, thank fuck.
That's beautiful.
Let's start making this thing.
All right.
Did you see it? Did you see the photo?
Yeah, I did.
Looks pretty awesome, huh?
It does. I'm going to yes-end everything that you say because it's your cooking.
No, I want Mel to jump up too.
It looks good.
I want to hear you two bantering.
Okay, all right, that's okay.
All right, okay, I accept. Mel.
I'm a little intimidated by Mel.
Don't be. She's a gorgeous girl.
I mean, I don't know. She was calling me a chicken before. I feel threatened, to be honest, Tori.
Yeah, because that's the worst thing people can call you on YouTube.
Yeah, it's horrible. You don't do anything wrong.
Right, we're chucking 90 grams of softened butter into our mixer bowl thing. I'm just going to get on. There's going to be a bit of noise.
Do I need to say anything?
Well, if you want to add commentary, you're welcome to.
All right, so she did put the butter in. She's not lying.
She not lie. And then we want to add 70 grams of brown sugar, the soft brown, not like granulated raw sugar, like actual brown sugar, you know, this shit.
Tori's actually putting in, that's actually Afghan heroin that she's putting in the mix.
Yep, it is. You're right. Oh, your stuff, Mel. Next time, please. Please. And we've got another sugar we're going to add too. There's nothing healthy in this thing at all. We're going to add 60 grams of caster sugar. Now, caster sugar is a really fine white sugar. Again, it's not granulated. It's super fine. So we're just going to chuck that in. Everything I do when I cook on my channel, Labrador, is I've never made it before. I don't ever cook like tried and true recipes. I just, you know, have a bash. So we're going to mix this up together till it's light and fluffy. Why didn't you say the caster sugar was brilliant?
I didn't hear.
Cocaine from Panama or
Oh,
something.
why didn't I say that?
Yeah,
I don't know. Why didn't you say it? Why didn't you tag my joke, Tori?
I just did.
Okay. Oh, well, I might not have heard it because I briefly walked away. I
Fair
got
enough.
distracted. I've got a really short attention. I'm special ed.
Yeah, well, you heard it here
I,
first, and it wasn't from me.
I saw a bright colour.
So this is a KitchenAid. Whoever asked Joey, it's a KitchenAid doll, and to stop it becoming the most expensive bench ornament I've ever owned, I've got a rule now. I have to use it at least once a week. And as luck would have it, this recipe called for a mixer, so we can already tick that off for the week. Light and fluffy. I don't know. It's looking good. How do we know when it's light and fluffy?
Oh, it'll probably tell you.
Does that look light and fluffy to you?
Yeah, I suppose if it's got like the aeration in it, is that is that the right
no, we'll
term?
give it a bit more. We'll give it a bit more. I'm calling it. It's light and fluffy. It'll do. Next, we're going to chuck in an egg. Did you make the egg, you little chicken?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice that you call me that.
Well, it was because you're upset that Mel called you a chicken.
Oh, it sounds nicer when you say it. That's what I mean. I'm threatened by Mel. I think
If anyone
I'm
doesn't know
intimidated.
this is what an egg looks like. If you do not know what an egg looks like, anyone that's
cool.
watching. Yeah. So we whack the little eggy in.
That's the name of my dog, Egg.
Really?
Yeah, that's him in the photo.
Well, that's interesting because you and Mel have a bond you didn't even realise, because Mel's son trolls her occasionally under the name Egg.
Oh, really? Is Egg here?
No. Where is Egg, Mel? How is Egg? Next up. Now, this shit costs a fortune. It's vanilla bean paste. This little tube, I can't really show you this. Well, it's 140 grams was $10. But you only use a teaspoon at a time. See what Mel said? See that? Egg dog? She's the biggest pussy on YouTube. Mel says it herself. Oh, Egg Dog's muted himself.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Mel said, "Don't worry, Aussie. I'm the biggest pussy on YouTube."
Oh, yeah. Have you met Aussie Outlaw?
I'll let Mel answer that.
I'm just going to, I know he's like left YouTube or whatever, but like I'm just going to like pick on him posthumously.
I don't believe he's left because...
Oh, well, who leaves a website? Like, seriously,
I get a thumbs down anytime I do anything live, and the only person who's got an issue with me is him. All right, so I'm just going to integrate the egg and vanilla with the light and fluffy sugars and butter. We're integrating.
Integrate them. Combine.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. Racial harmony between foods.
It's making a bit of a...
It's slurping, isn't it?
It's making that kind of wanking with too much lube sound.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, in case
I'm going to be making that sound any minute now.
Jesus. I might stop cooking then if that's all it takes for you, Egg Dog.
I'm just giving you a heads up. If that's what you hear, you know what's going on.
Now, I do have a bit of a rule on my channel that I don't like is slagging off other YouTube creators, but considering Aussie Outlaw has consistently thumbs down everything I've done after getting pissed off with me after he plagiarized me, go figure. If you want to get things off your chest, go for it. But before that, this recipe needs 250 grams of dark chocolate, 50% dark chocolate, but we're about to add, I think I'll do a spoon bit. Surely I don't mix this next bit. Hang on a sec. Oh no, apparently we do. So we're only going to put 200 of the 250 grams of dark chocolate in now. Oh, I didn't show you. Roughly chopped dark chocolate in a coconut bowl because I'm cool. Well, that's really hard to tip things out of a coconut bowl into that mixer. When does the flour go in? Oh, now, flour. We're also going to add 200 grams of plain flour.
Hey, that's cocaine you've got there.
Oh, you got it the second time round.
Thank you.
Look out.
I'll be here all night.
Try the schnitzel. So what is your beef?
Well, I don't know if this is too much for a cooking channel, but is it a crime to want someone to die?
I don't think it's considered. Hey, Caspar. I don't think that's considered great in the scheme of things.
But it's not a crime because, like, I'm not saying that I'm going to do anything to him.
No, but if something did happen to be, you would instantly be the main suspect, you know.
I'm fine with that. I can clear my name. I don't mind spending a couple of nights in lockup. You know,
get yourself a good alibi.
For this, I think it's a good. Well, I don't need one because I'm not going to do it. I just want it. You know, that's how bad I just don't like him.
Baking powder, half a teaspoon. Well, look, you can not like someone but not want them dead. You
think there's some middle ground there that could be reached?
I think it's your millennial attitude, actually.
So back in your day, Tori, did wishing someone harm actually have some sort of meaning?
We just didn't. It was bad juju, man. Bad juju. We're going to add a quarter of a teaspoon of baking soda, which is bicarb soda, in case anyone's wondering what baking soda is. You can see there on the label. Yeah, look, I think wishing someone dead is bad juju, and when you don't like someone, it's.
I was joking.
I know. Yeah. I was trying to be funny. You nipped my.
I'm sorry. I just don't want. I don't want anybody to think that I want someone to die.
I mean, to me,
but I do.
He used to come up on my panel. He got fucked off with me because I let somebody else get up on my panel and read one line from a scam baiting thing. He then completely ripped off one of my characters from my original work and has thumbs down me ever since and never spoken to me again. And it's kind of like, to me, he's a blip. And I don't wish death on blips.
Have you heard him sing?
Yes.
It's terrible, isn't it? It's horrible.
Well, I can't work out what band he's from.
He's not from a band. He just sings cover songs.
Well, he tells everyone he was
I sprung him on. That was why I didn't like him initially, and why he didn't like me, because he kept saying he was like in a band in Australia and used to tour with like all these big Australian bands. And so I kind of like pressed him on it a little bit, and he was like, "Oh, what are you doing, you fuckwit? Oh, stop it, you fuckwit. Like, oh, I don't want to fucking answer these questions." You know, and it's like, you just thought that you could just say this stuff and nobody would ever like ask you any, you know, no one would ever like press you on it a little bit. You know, like he didn't have.
Hang on a sec, AE. Blue says pub band. Lovable Rogue says rubber band. And by the way, I just added a pinch of salt. You're back, AE.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's I just thought that was like a bit odd that he'd expect to coast on a lie like that for so long. You know, like it's just such an obvious lie. It's like the same thing as this other guy that's come along like into our circle recently who claims he's like a record producer, which is just such a huge claim. Like, it's just unbelievable. And if you ask the most elementary questions to them, they don't like, I just don't understand where they got this where you think you can get away with like something so fantastical,
Yeah, things
Well,
are pretty easy to prove, aren't they? Hang on, I
so
want to keep making
yeah,
this
sorry,
thing.
sorry.
That's all right. So we're sort of like venting and cooking. It's like a
Yeah,
tennis
it's
match.
therapy.
I'm going to lob this back to you. It is. And I cook my way to happiness all the time. So we're now going to chuck in 80 grams of macadamia nuts. And I'm just going to put this on a slow mix and blend all the ingredients together. Back to you, egg dog.
What were we talking about again? I got
Your
distracted.
best buddy, Aussie Outlaw.
I
Oh,
just
shit.
don't like him. Oh yeah. So I think
Shit.
that he
Shit.
he just. Oh, what have you done?
I chose a small bowl. In hindsight, I should have gone with the big one. There's just a bit of stuff flying around. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to mix this with a spoon. I don't need to use the mix. Grandma Ducky, stop it. You spoil me. Thank you. Oh my
That's for me, I
God.
think.
I could almost retire on Grandma Ducky's generosity this evening. Thank you, darling.
That's nice. I'll drop my cash app, Grandma Ducky, in the chat.
Look, I
Oh
mean, he
no!
got
Hey,
really,
sorry to that lady in the chat, Joey. Didn't she come up last time? She was lovely. She said, "I
yeah,
don't think
Joey's
he
great.
likes me. He never says anything to me to my chat." No, yeah, I don't have any problem with her at all. I think she's lovely. She came up last time, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Joey's awesome.
I'm so sorry that I've given you that impression. Um, um, yeah. So what's going on? You haven't ruined the dish, have you? I feel like we shouldn't
No,
talk about such serious things while you're giving a cooking tutorial, Tori.
no, we're cooking what when if any of you like you egg dog or anyone in my chat came to visit me, this is what goes on in my house. We just catch up while I cook shit and feed people.
That's
So
cool.
this is my
That's the
sort
same
of
way I live too. Hey, it's not
yeah.
really, but yeah. You come around, I'm getting those 2 minute noodles out.
Hey, don't knock them. If they're done right, they're bloody good. But it depends how you do them, mate. Scroll up, dude. Um, put Virescent into Spotify, Ellis. They are
I
real.
Who's Verescent? Oh, Aussie Outlaws
Oh,
Ben.
no. Joey's son Blaze is the bassist.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Not for Aussie Outlaws band, right?
Well, I thought you just dispelled the band
I don't
bullshit.
know. I'm not sure, but it's like, well, have you ever heard of that band? I've never heard of them.
What band?
Uh,
Fluorescent?
Verescent.
No, but Joey just said it's her son Blaze is the bassist. It's nothing to do with that other
I
dude.
thought you were saying it was Aussie Outlaws band. Yeah, no,
No,
sorry.
I
Okay, I
scrolled
will
up and
do. I will do. I'm sorry,
yeah,
I haven't been like keeping up with. I'm not reading the chat really. It's just yeah. I'll put it on the side here.
he's just captivated by my incredible
Yeah, I am
conversation.
actually. I know it was the food, but yeah, we'll go with the conversation.
He passes the crack pipe freely. Who's that? Who passes the crack pipe? What's going on? I can't. Now I'm lost.
Who?
You.
Me? Well, I did say I was smoking meth earlier when there was discussion of what are we smoking tonight.
Yeah, but you don't sound like you're on
Do you like
meth.
metal music? Yes, I do. No, I'm definitely not. This is
Oh,
actually it's literally approaching my bedtime like in the next hour or so. Like oh shit, I stayed up till 2 o'clock the other morning and it was like the first time in months I'd been up
that
past
would have
midnight.
hurt.
Oh
It's
man, the next
amazing that
day I
you
was
do that.
fucked.
I know I
Because like
used
I
to
was,
be up
oh
late all
sorry.
night. I didn't want to miss anything. Like, I didn't want a friend to message me at 1 o'clock and say, come down to this pub because it's going off. So I used
Yeah.
to just be awake till crazy o'clock. And I love that I'm actually some nights in bed before 9. I mean, for me, I'm more of a quarter
Hmm.
to 10 kind of bedtime during the week. But I've
I'm
got to
more of a
like,
grandmother than you are, Tori. I'm
yeah, you
fucking
are.
I'm in bed by like 8:45. I'm asleep.
There's nothing wrong with that. We all need our sleep.
Nah,
So,
it's not.
Um, what else do I got to do? I've got to fold. Oh my God, I love this word. Did you watch Schitt's Creek? Were you a fan of Schitt's Creek?
What's that?
Like a kick-ass TV show on Netflix.
No,
Oh, it's so fucking good. If you
I don't
don't
watch
laugh
Netflix.
your
I don't watch anything. Hey, but
Egg Dog, seriously, it's so funny,
yeah,
but you've got to stick with it. Like you've got to get past the fourth episode. It is one of the funniest shows, and like in terms of comedy writing and the actors in it, and a lot of them you would probably know if you sort of follow Canadian comedians.
is it
And
Australian or?
it's Canadian,
Oh,
and
okay, Canadian.
it's such a feel good thing. But there's an episode where Moira Rose and her son David are cooking, and she tells him to fold in the cheese. And he's like, "What does that mean?" And she's like, "You just fold in the cheese." And he's like, "Yeah, but what does it actually mean?" And she's like, "David, you just
It's a great
fold in the
question.
cheese." So anyway, I'm about to fold it. You have to get past the fourth episode, Mel Mel. Trust me, they're meant to be despicable and unlikable at the start, and it will change your mind. You just got to stick with it. They're 20-minute episodes. If people aren't prepared to put in an hour and 20, in fact, after episode 3, you'll be into it. 60-minute, and you'll love it. It's Ozzy Ellis's favourite series is the Rev Chronicles. Or no,
It's fucking that's true. I tune into every
lastly,
rev stream.
I'm going to fold in the cornflakes.
You're so
Fuck yes,
professional, Tori.
because I prepared things earlier.
No, the way you talk about it and stuff, you're like, lastly, I'm gonna fold in the cornflakes, and everything's like enunciated really well.
Well, I was sort of doing that deliberately because I just mentioned fold in the cheese from Schitt's Creek. I was
So
trying
this
to
is
be
folding, right?
melodramatic.
You got to
Yeah,
walk
this is
the people at home who don't know what folding is. You have to
we're
explain it
folding
to
in the
them, or and the people up
cornflakes.
on the panel who don't know what folding is.
Well, it's mixing, but
Yeah,
cornflakes. I don't eat cereal, right? And I went to the supermarket to get bloody cornflakes, and they come in a packet that's gigantic. Like you could seriously buy a box of cornflakes for each wall, so like 4 walls and 2 for the roof, and you could build a little cubby house. They're massive. So I ended up getting these, which are like crunchy nut cornflakes. So it does say cornflakes there because they're a small packet, but they're still like 380 grams. But these boxes were like a meter high.
I agree. The cornflakes packets are way too big. Hey,
It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't eat cereal, but I just thought,
yeah,
shit, like when we were kids, my mum would have loved a bulk box of cornflakes, but holy hell, it was ridiculous. Because it's really just sugar and corn.
you
It's
know what
not
I
really.
love? It's like Uncle Toby's oat flakes. Like nobody fucking ever has ever heard of them when I bring them up, but they're basically like cornflake, like a healthy alternative to cornflakes.
I know exactly what
But
you're
yeah,
talking about.
oat
I love
flakes,
all
they're
the oat
beautiful.
stuff. Yeah, hell to the yes. So there's our mix, right? This is our cookie mix. So I'm just going to get this out of the way. This weighs a ton. Look how strong I am. Right, got that fucking thing out of the way. All right, so here's our cookie mix, everybody. Look at it, guys. Look at it. Look at it. Now we want to get an oven-proof frying pan, is what we'd call it in Australia. But in the US of A, they like to call it a skillet, Egg Dog. Where's Egg Dog gone?
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I got a visitor, so I'm gonna have to mute my dog's going crazy.
Oh, you've got a visitor.
Yeah,
He's not, I thought you were going to go, I've
doesn't
got a
matter.
visitor, so I've got to get off panel, but no, I'm just got to
Nah,
mute.
fuck
Okay.
that. No, I'll just mute.
Alrighty. So we're going to shove this dough. Now the recipe says to use what was it? A 16 centimeter diameter pan. I don't know what this is. I measured it. I don't know how to work out diameters, but it looks like it's all going to fit in here. So, are you off, Mel Mel? Oh no, I thought you'd want to see the end of this, Groover. You'll have to watch the replay. This has got like the best things in it. Chocolate, macadamia nuts. Oh my God. So we're just going to push this cookie dough. I love it already, and it's not even cooked yet. I love cookie dough, anything. Oh my God. You don't have to grease the pan or anything like that. It just goes straight in. I'm just double checking that. Yes, it does. It goes straight in, which surprised me. I thought you'd have to put butter. I suppose it's got butter in the cookie dough, but don't want to leave any of that chocolate out. Oh my God, who loves cookie dough? I did see our queen finally went on the set. God love her. She probably just wants to sit at the bar and have a pint. Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but that's all right. I thought you'd all be like salivating over my cookie dough, which I'm eating, and it's so good. Oh my God. We want to press it right in too. So use your fingers. Best utensil in the kitchen, remember, guys? Press that in. And then remember I said that I kept like 50 grams of chocolate to one side? Well, we're going to sprinkle it. Bye-bye, Mel Mel. Thank you for dropping in, beautiful.
See you, Mel.
So we sprinkle the last 50 grams of dark chocolate over the top, and then this little fucker is going to go in the oven that we preheated at 180 for 20 to 25 minutes. Let me set a timer. All right, now we can chat about other things. Casper. They're funny looking meatballs. That was, you missed the meatballs, and oh my God, you missed so many great scrotum jokes too, if I do say so myself. I was on a roll. I've already eaten the balls. We had a Shxtty Kitchen happening. Casper, it was right up your alley. Now spreading a rumour that Casper's into Shxtty. As usual, I'm starting to clean up. Oh, my camera now has a name, Pulsing. Was it pulsing still? Oh, look, I'm buying a new one, hopefully. I'll get me a new one. Does anybody else want to jump up on panel? Because I'm happy to, like, drop a link and we can have, like, a panel cram. Joe Wilson, you should jump on up. You can tell us about your son's band. Casper, you can come and say g'day. Egg Dog's just occupied for the moment. So if anyone wants to come and say hello, otherwise I'll just, oh, you've got your hubby. Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyone else can? Have a panel cram, guys. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep cleaning up. I've got to take some ice cream out of the freezer about 5 minutes before the cookie is cooked. But I am going to do a bit of cleaning as I go. Sunny? In fact, I'm going to stand in the doorway because I've got the microphone on my headphones and have a quiet cigarillo. Pop Virescent. Yes, I've made a note of that. I will do that. Do they have to pay? Do bands have to pay to be on Spotify like podcasters do? Quackity quack. Oh no, where did Quackity quack go? Yeah, Egg Dog. That's because I can't call Oh, see you, Marie. No one's hanging around to see my cookie. I hope a couple of you do, because I reckon it could be quite spectacular. Boob. Quackity quack, you come back. Quackity quack, please come back. Take out the paper and the trash. Actually, I had a very funny conversation when I was in Adelaide with a girl that I used to share a house with like forever ago. It came out in conversation that we'd both hooked up with the same dude, not at the same time, but um, and then I said to her, oh, he was one of my favorite bonks because I said to him, should we put some music on? And he put on the radio and it was the song Yakety Yak. And we actually shagged to that and cracked up laughing because that song's got quite the tempo. Oh, Quackity Quack disappeared again. Deb Ludecky wants to see my cookie. Ruth's still here. Yeah, so take out the paper and the trash. I know the things that we talk about, but I kind of, there's a lot of my life I won't share, but things like that are too good not to, right? But yeah, the tempo, it was pretty hard to keep up, and we were young and fit. I can tell you that right now. Let me see if I can get a version of it with lyrics. Because when you have the lyric version, you don't get into trouble. Not that you get into trouble, but for some reason with the lyrics. Here we go. Oh no, no lead vocal. Here we go. Imagine shagging to this, guys. Oh, it might echo. Oh, I've got my headphones on. I'll play it at the end. Something to look forward to. Skillet Cookie, hello, beautiful. Well, I will show you my cookie when it's ready. I took out his sacks. I don't actually, all I remember is take out the paper and the trash. Yakety yak, don't come back. That's it. I don't know any other bit of that song. But I'll have to take off my headphones, reconnect the speaker to play it. Meanwhile, Egg Dog wants me to be his mum. I probably could actually. I think I know his age. I could be his mother. How freaky is that? I find that kind of freaky. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend. You were banned from a jail once, found in the toilet with the ex. Oh my God. I have a letter to prove it. You were banned from the jail? Oh my God. StreamYard has blocked you, Ruth.
What
Really?
happened to the food, Tori?
It's cooking, good looking.
Oh, is it? Okay, I got a couple of people here, but it's okay. They're talking amongst themselves, so
Priorities. You're like, I
I
want to
don't.
see Tori's. I'm hanging around to see Tori's cookie.
Yeah, and plus it's not expected as well, so it's kind of rude.
So fuck them.
Yeah, I was like I was already doing something, you know.
I wasn't expecting you people. You can just talk amongst yourselves. I want to see Tori's cookie. Did you see my balls? Had you arrived before I
I
stopped
did. I
showing
was
my...
watching. I wasn't commenting the whole time, but I was listening. I'm always listening. I'm the internet's ear.
Oh, that's a bit creepy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not doing anything inappropriate while I listen. I'm just listening.
Well, that's not creepy.
I'm
But
just
no,
keeping a log. I'm just keeping a log of all the personal stuff that you say.
you're doing what?
Keeping a log.
A log?
Yeah, anything like, anything that could be used against you in the future, I write down.
Nothing can be used against
I
me.
know, Tori. Aren't you a lawyer?
Yep.
That's from the log. She's a lawyer. That's the kind of useless info I write down, Tori.
Yeah, but I'm a lawyer for good, not evil. I look after
What
people who
kind of
need.
lawyer are you? Can I guess?
Um, yeah, you can guess.
You're a criminal lawyer?
I used to be a long time ago a criminal barrister, but I'm not anymore.
Okay, you're a white collar lawyer.
Hell no.
Yeah, you protect big business. You're like a
Fuck
BP rep.
no. Nope.
Okay. So am I getting colder or?
You're getting colder. Oh, wait a minute. We've
Okay.
got Scary Duck. She's trying to connect. Oh, come on, Scary Duck. You can do it. You can do it. Everyone put up some yellow hearts for Scary. Oh, she's gone again. God damn it. It's like giving birth, even though I've never done that.
Oh, I
She's
have.
almost there.
It's terrible.
See you, lovable rogue. Have a great Sunday. Someone's free. Who's freezing? Poor Ducky. And Ruth, how come you're blocked on StreamYard? What did you do to be blocked on StreamYard? What's that all about? Have you heard of that before, Egg Dog?
Yeah, I've been blocked on a lot of StreamYards, but it depends on the individual. So if she can't get in at the moment, it's because you've blocked her on StreamYards. So
I've never
it's
blocked anybody on StreamYards.
okay. I don't know then. What she can try and do actually is go to her browsing history and clear all of the cookies and shit
The
like that. Like
cache.
clear, yes, exactly. Clear that and try. See if that
Cle-
works.
Clear your cache, Ruth. You've got a dirty cache. Allegedly. It's good to do a bit of cleaning up as I go. I had to buy smooth peanut butter specifically for this cookie.
I
I'm
like smooth.
crunchy.
That's a shame.
Well, I like both, but I prefer crunchy. I don't think that ruins a friendship, one liking crunchy and the other liking smooth, but I could be wrong. But I didn't think that was that dramatic a difference, is it? I mean, well, actually,
Yes, I'm autistic, so texture is a big thing for me.
well, I've got to admit, I love cheese twisties, but people who like chicken twisties are warped as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, kill them.
Yep, kill them with fire. Let me in
Right?
down at
I bet your Aussie outlaw eats chicken twisties.
Holy shit, Grandma Ducky just disappeared again. Oh, Ruth's only just cleaned her dirty cache. She's only just given it a good scrub last night.
Oh, sounds hot.
But I've never, I mean, Ruth has been up on my panel before and we've sung really bad karaoke. I've got no reason to block her ever. Anyone
Well, that's
who's
a bit.
prepared to sing bad karaoke on my channel is a winner in my books.
I'm not, if that's what you're insinuating, Tori.
You don't have to sing karaoke on my channel to be a winner, but if you do, you are.
Oh, yeah,
You know
I
what
feel
I mean?
like I'll never be as, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage now, Tori. Maybe
Not at
next
all.
week.
No, everyone brings a special skill to my panel. Everyone.
Oh, no, Joey now says that she likes chicken twisties.
Uh-oh.
So,
Well, that's all right
this
because
is.
Joey and I were never going to get married, so it doesn't matter.
What about? Okay. Well, yeah. Well, too bad, Joey. You're out of the race. I'm still firmly in it, though. How do you like that?
Well, no, because you just dumped me because I like crunchy peanut butter and smooth peanut butter, but I prefer crunchy.
Yeah, but you could live without the crunchy because, like, I can't. That's what a relationship's all about. It's all about compromise and restricting each other's movements.
Hell, well, that's why I've never got married.
Uh,
I
um,
never will. Didn't I thought
wow.
Aussie Outlaw got married anyway?
Did he? Well, who to? God loves me. That's who he was having a little
No, that's an
relationship with.
old. No, that's an old love story of his. There's
Oh, really?
there's
He
been
didn't get
another love.
married. There's nobody fucking marrying that cunt.
Don't hold back.
Well, I already told him I wanted him to die. That was like my biggest wish, which was a joke. It's like I'm slowly kind of getting the feel for what kind of show this is, I think, Tori.
Really? Tell me, what
Yeah.
is it? Because I don't know.
Not
Up
one
with
where you
three.
wish death upon people, especially while like the other person's camera is overlooking a beautiful, delicious cookie dough.
No, that's just more. I'm. I just think that's bad juju. Like I don't use the word hate because the only thing I hate is the word hate, and I just think that there's a lot of emotions expressed on YouTube that are way too extreme, considering they're often used about people that we're never actually going to meet. Um,
Yeah, for sure. I absolutely
so
have zero. I just think it's funnier to say that I hate the guy because he's literally done nothing wrong to me at all. I just, um, I just thought it was funny that like I kind of sprung him for lying about his music career, and then um, like he refused to engage with me, and he was going around saying that like I'm a bad Australian. He's like calling me a bad Australian and all this shit. So I just thought that was kind of funny. So like I'll forever always like take a little shot at him. And it's only on your show though, because I know that you'll get the joke. Like I wouldn't go on an American panel and be taking shots at Aussie Outlaw. This is our little in joke, Tory, for that one dislike. I'm getting a little back. I think that's
but the
half the
thing
reason why
is,
you have me up here, though.
the thing is though, like music is my life. My life is music, and I believed him, and I kept trying to work out what band they were from, and I was like, I don't remember that voice, and I was around like jamming at music festivals and stuff. Well, I still am, but back then, and I went to a lot of pub bands, and I honestly couldn't place him, and it bugged me, and I wanted to know what band he was from. I never once thought he wasn't from a band because I'm really
Uh,
naive. I
well,
am actually very
yeah, I
naive.
understand, but that's where these like people with these grift stories. It's not really a grift, but it's more just it's a lie. It's a fantasy lie. Like it's just this made up thing that it's yeah. Well, I knew as soon as I listened to the music that was on his channel, just by the recordings. I'm going to sneeze any second now, Tori. I'm so sorry.
Bless you. Bless you
Um,
in advance.
yeah, I
Gesundheit.
can feel a sneeze. I'm so sorry. I'm
But
really
then see,
struggling to get my words out.
but even that, like the YouTube gives people an opportunity to create a personality that they want to be on. I mean, that's part of the appeal of YouTube for a lot of people is that they can essentially create a character because even people like me on my channel where I am very much me, you're still only getting a percentage of the totality of who I am. But I
Yeah,
get the appeal to be a creator, to create some sort of character because there is a huge element of mystique on YouTube, especially if you never cam up and you don't talk openly about your past or give people information. Like when I started my channel, it was to promote my stand-up comedy, and I used my real name as a comedian. So for the first 6 months that I was bouncing around in lives, like I'd been on YouTube before I discovered people going live, but I was bouncing around with my real name, and people were going, "Don't use your real name, you're going to get doxxed." And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Because Australians don't dox each other.
yeah,
If you tried to, you'd just be blacklisted on YouTube. So I changed my like Tanny, who's in chat. She was the same. She had her full name. Heaps of Aussies did. So, but the thing is, YouTube can present an environment where you can be whoever you want. So I don't know. Some of these people are a bit over the top with the characters they've
yeah.
created, but I
Well, I
don't know
think
if I could
in
grudge
his
them that.
case, though. But in his case, though, he was just hoping to get away with all this stuff. He's saying these stories to the likes of Poon Handler. Like of course you're gonna fool a fucking moron like Poon Handler. But like I listened to the music that was on his channel, and like it was just him all, like singing covers, and the recordings are so poor. Like there's no way you could be in the music industry that long. It sounds like he's recording into his laptop microphone. Like it's so amateurish. There's no way that he's been in the music industry for the like not even if you'd been in it just a cover band for like a month, you would know that you need like a proper microphone and shit to record vocals. Like it's just a
Yeah.
very element. This is just a fantasy. This guy is like, don't get me wrong, he's good at emulating voices of people who sing songs, like a cover band singer should be. But like, I mean, I think the fantasy of this thing in himself too, like where the way he talks about how he's in these cover bands, that's a very outdated, cool thing. You know, like that's a very boomery thing to fucking brag about as well. Like you can tell that his biggest fantasy that he has in his head is to like play at the AFL halftime grand final, you know, like to be the meatloaf or whatever the
Where's
fuck.
Tattoo?
Right, yeah. It's his like whole, you know, the Aussie pub fucking, it's just a fantasy thing. Hey, he's too dumb for starters as well. Like the guy's just a fucking, I don't know, he's just an idiot. Hey, he's a liar. He's just a complete fucking liar.
So who do you like on YouTube?
Everybody basically, like heaps
Yeah,
of people.
cool.
Like, I'm not even being I'm not even being like sarcastic. I
No, I was just curious. Like, I wasn't saying you couldn't possibly like anyone.
Casper says, Ellis, you don't have a 50k Neve in your room. No, I don't. Unfortunately,
I don't even know what a 50k Neve. What
that's
is
a
it?
mixing. That's a mixing console. It's a very expensive piece of equipment. Yeah.
Right.
No, I don't have a 50k Neve in my room. Unfortunately, I'm not like Lay Geno. Yeah, that's a throwback to another stream, a Rev stream. Shout out to Casper for that. That's funny as. What were we saying? Aussie Outlaw. No, so I mean, when I asked him about like what he does, what he did in the music industry, I mean, I asked him a few questions about music that were just extremely elementary, and I mean, I did the same thing with the guy that Casper's referring to in that joke. I did the same thing with him, and both of them, they just got completely flustered by the most. Like, let's say that you were getting an accreditation in either of the fields that they're claiming they're in. These would be like the first questions on the test, you know, and so they're definitely the ones you shouldn't be like struggling to answer or give a straight answer to, you know. So I just think that these people, like you're saying, Tori, they just think that they can get away with the story for like they're never going to come across somebody who knows about the field that they're claiming to be in. You know, that can ask like questions that are going to lead to them having to have that, like, I don't know, man, that's a difficult conversation. Like, say when you're talking in terms of like music or sound engineering or audio technology, you're speaking a different language almost. Like, I avoid those sorts of conversations with people because they're boring to listen to unless you're addressing people who are into the same thing. You know, it's like listening to somebody talk about mechanics, like car mechanics, things like that. It's another language, you know, it hasn't got a broad appeal, but it's definitely something that
unless you're
I don't
swanning
know.
around in the mechanics community, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I mean though. Like if you were to go into like a mechanics Reddit page or something and start claiming that you work on all these sorts of cars and then just somebody, you know, you're going to get called out immediately, where I think that these people have chosen these
Scary duck.
oh Jesus,
I'm terrified of clowns.
is this a juggalo?
That is my worst nightmare. Hi, scary duck. Oh shit. Oh my god.
This is quite the cooking show you got, Tori.
I'm going to have nightmares now. Oh my god. I genuinely suffer from that clown phobia. Oh, she's gone. But what I was going to say, Egg Dog, is I actually think I know what you're saying in a way, but like there is a bit of fun in discovering and calling out bullshit on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
So like on the one hand, I do see it as a platform where people can reinvent themselves and be whatever they want. And I kind of think, more power to them if that's what they want to do. But when it's someone who's speaking sincerely about something, like the people that play characters kind of take the piss out of the character that they're playing and kind of spoof it up or over, like, so you can tell that they've sort of created an online character. But when they're
Yeah.
just talking in general conversation and throwing at other people as a brag or to put other people down and it's bullshit, I do see the fun in calling that crap out. I do. I do.
Yeah, I think like I was having this discussion with some people the other day about like the overuse and branding of people as like horrific things, like calling people pedophiles online, and it's
Yeah.
got to the point where it just doesn't mean anything when you hear that now.
No,
Like
and
if somebody goes, "Oh, that person's a pedophile," you're like, "Yeah, okay, all right, another one, right,
I did a
sure."
live a while ago called Dear Hello Starlight, which was about, they'd actually called a guy a predator, and I did a live saying how overusing words like that, even the word bully, overusing those words actually diminishes the experience of actual victims of those things. So,
Yeah, it does.
actual
Yeah,
victims of bullies or predators or pedophiles, to just throw that word around so loosely. So yeah, I actually gave like I wrote a little speech on that very topic because that flips my tip. Because I do work with victims and have my entire life pretty much in various legal capacities and also non-legal. But yeah, the way they just diminish the power of words that need to be powerful is terrible. And
yeah,
I'm not a fan of hyperbole at the best of times, although I'll probably describe this cookie as amazing shortly. But um, yeah, I'm very passionate about that topic, and I've seen a lot of words that just get incorrectly used, and they do become commonplace in YouTube lingo.
yes,
And I'm mindful of how, what actually happens when someone truly is a victim of that. Like they're just not given the support or the respect that they're entitled to. And that really
yeah.
bugs me. But also labeling people with those words is so damaging, to just call someone a pedophile or a predator.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, saw that like with the I used that as an example actually the other day when we were talking about that was the you saw it with like the rape stuff around like the first Trump election, like the amount of people who were like falsely being accused of being rapists, and it really takes away from like what
We've got
I
to be
was saying
careful, I think,
basically.
we've got to be careful what words we use. Like I would like to be able to say rape and call it for what it is, but even
Right.
you can't even say sexual assault without getting YouTube.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry
Yeah,
about
so
that. I didn't know
that's all
that.
right. It won't happen now, but it's just something we've got to be mindful of. Like
Probably
you've
should
got to.
be. Yeah. I think I should probably be more mindful of that on a cooking show too. I don't think the people tuning in were exactly expecting some of them
No,
were
and
expecting the
I'm also
conversation to
about to
go this way.
show. I'm about to show everyone my cookie as well. So,
Oh, the rape
but yeah,
cookie.
no, don't do
No,
that.
I'm sorry. I'm
But
so
yeah, so
sorry.
like sexual assault is technically should be referred to as SA on YouTube.
Okay.
Um, there's
I'll
a
keep
lot
that in
of
mind.
diluting. There's a lot of diluting of some words, but then other words like pedophile and predator can be thrown around
Well, yeah, they're
willy-nilly.
YouTube mainstays. You got to have those ones.
Hey, do you want to see this cookie? Oh,
I
Grandma,
would love
thank
to.
you. If I'm ever mad at you, I will not call thank you, darling. And thank you for scaring the bejesus out of me in your clown mask. Cam, okay. Check this out, guys. Here comes the cookie. Oh my God. Oh shit.
Wow, that looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, you should smell it. Oh my God. Holy
What does it
shit.
smell
Now,
like, Tori?
it smells like a choc chip cookie, freshly baked out of the oven. Um,
It's
according
exactly how I was picturing it to smell like.
according to the recipe, it's best served warm, so we better do a taste test. Oh my God, it looks so good. Hang on, I'll put the little mitt back on so I can do a close-up shot. This is quite heavy. It's a cast iron pan, but oh, yum. This looks so good. I'm definitely going to be taking this to work on Tuesday, though. There's no way I'm keeping this at home and eating this for the week. Nah, no way. No way. All right. Let's just dig into this, shall we? Oh, the chocolate's all melty and gluggy and oh, oh my God. I've missed my calling. I should do a cooking show, like a real one. But I say fuck too much.
Yeah, but I think this has potential to be a mainstream show, you know?
This is going to get ridiculous, though. Here comes your favorite smooth peanut butter. Isn't this how Elvis died, eating one of these things?
Yeah, peanut butter from the jar, actually, on the toilet.
I really don't think this needs peanut butter, but anyway, I'll just put a bit of a drizzle on, a bit of a drizz of gluggy peanut butter. Holy shit. I don't think this is healthy at all. This is not a healthy dessert. And there are healthy desserts, but they're called fruit. And I'm going to do a quenelle of vanilla ice cream just to guarantee a heart attack. You know, if the peanut butter isn't enough, I'm just going to put a little bit of ice cream on top as well.
That looks great, Tori.
Oh my God. Oh, that peanut butter's yum. Heart attack in a bowl, everybody. Check it out, Groovers. It's gluggy, it's gooey. I made a giant cookie in a frying pan or a skillet. Casper's still talking about Neve. Yeah, look at this. It looks incredible. Yes, homemade peanut butter is great too, but I do normally make my own peanut butter. Like I go to a shop that's got a peanut butter making machine thing, but not where I went today. So I'm just going to dig in.
I love any shots at the Neve mixing desk. It's cracking me up.
Oh my God. This is, oh my God, this is so good. It is a hot, well, yeah, it's a hot choc chip cookie. The chocolate's all gluggy and melty. There's macadamia nuts in there. This is 10 out of 10 too. Holy shit balls. It's very rich. You probably wouldn't want more. Well, I wouldn't want more than that. That's a pretty small bowl. That's like a little, I mean, that's a teaspoon. So it's a small bowl. It's very rich.
Is that the
There's
first time
macadamia
you've
nut.
made that?
Yeah. Everything I make on my channel, I cook for the first time.
Oh,
And
really?
so far, we haven't had any disasters. I'm
That's
putting
really
the kettle
good.
on.
Are you going to have a coffee or a tea?
A tea. It's 10 past 8.
Yeah, live a little.
I'm not. Oh, live a little, says the guy who goes to bed at 8:30. So, yum, this is so yummy. Have you been tarting around the YouTube? Someone was saying
Yeah,
you're
actually, it's funny that you
become a
mentioned
channel
that.
whore.
I don't know who said that, but it's true. No, I don't Scout Inquirer. I mean, I cook my own food, but like, am I a cook? Would I claim to be a cook? Absolutely not. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned Hello Starlight. I actually went on Starlight's show the other night. I went on Wendy V's show.
Okay.
Oh, Jeez, I think
My
that's about it.
sister, sorry to cut you off, my sister
That's all right.
house sat for me and looked after my cat Sunny. She's hidden these little red chocolate love hearts. I found 3 of them last night. I just grabbed a mug to have a cup of tea, and this was under it on the shelf. And a bit earlier, I don't know if you heard a crashing noise, but the little bowl that I'm having the cookie in, when I took it off the shelf, another one came flying out. So that's like 5 little red love heart cookies, chocolates that my sister has hidden around the house for me. How cute's that? Where have you gone, egg dog? I agree, Tanny. How gorgeous is that? Do you know what the weird thing is? I bought her some Hague's chocolates in Adelaide as a thank you. I bought her quite a few little presents, but I got her 3 Hague's chocolate hearts as well as some other Hague's chocolates. Oh my God. She is so cute. Oh, I forgot there were cornflakes in there. I'm getting the cornflake now too. Yum. My sister rocks. So do cups of tea with rich, gluggy desserts. Yeah. My gorgeous sissy. So she had one on my bedside table underneath a magazine that she'd bought me. Then there was one sitting on the dial near my radio. I've got like a bush radio, and it was on that. There was another one. I can't remember. Oh, the third one was on my computer, like my laptop. And now I've just found 2 more.
You have a very wholesome family, it sounds like.
Well, it's just me, my brother, and my sister. So we kind of do things for each other that our mum would have done for us. The 3 of us sort of look out for each other. And we're all really close in age. Like Angie's only 16 months older than me, and Will's 18 months younger than me. So,
Oh, that's nice.
but yeah, with our parents, we kind of do all the, we're not just siblings, we're sort of parents for each other as well. Or do
Oh,
cute mum things.
well, I've only got one brother, but I'm always looking out for him too. He's trying to kill me. Damn it.
Your brother?
No, I'm only joking. That was a joke.
I thought you were going to say in like,
I just he's always looking out for me. I mean, I'm always looking out for him, He's trying to murder me. So I feel like if I did it in non-McDonald's voice, it would have been funnier.
So back to your panel. So you have been panel whoring. You went on Hello Starlight.
Yes.
So were you on there with Steph as well? The girl that's
Yes.
on. She's the biggest panel whore on YouTube at the moment by a million miles.
Okay. I don't know if that's an insult or not, so I'm gonna just stay out of that one. I've seen how these.
Isn't that just a term for someone?
I don't know. Right. Yeah. Well, I guess it's accurate. Yeah. I guess I don't know. I guess that accurately describes what I've been doing. I guess too. So I'm not taking offense. I just don't want to I really listen, Tori. Last thing I need is a 4-hour stream with 250 fucking bored housewives watching it, fucking going after me. It's the last thing I need in my life.
Some other one?
No. I mean, like a drama channel, doing a stream on me, not defending you saying Steph's a panel whore.
Well, it's just a term. I mean, now I'm actually.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I know. I know what
I'm
you're
actually
saying.
diminishing the experience of whores now, but it's been used on YouTube since I.
Yeah, sure.
Since I came to it, because there's always someone that's sort of new on the scene that is suddenly on heaps of panels, and that's just the expression that even they use it. But I think she's the most prolific one. Like there was a time that German lady was on every panel in lots of different communities. Before that, there was this guy called the Glarer who just seemed to pop up everywhere. It's just a term that seems to be used for people that are enthusiastic about jumping up on lots of panels. So it shouldn't probably.
Ah,
Does whore have a negative connotation? It does if you give it one,
not to
but for
me.
some, yeah,
Not to
exactly.
me. Means you're a
So
real cool person. And it always has in my books.
look, yeah, it's a weird word to use actually because it should be more well, it's implying that all whores get a lot of sex, and that may not be the case.
Yeah.
Like they're using whore in the terms of in quantity, right? So maybe you should all be panel pigs or something.
Yeah. No, I like panel whores. It sounds classy.
Casper says you'd like the drama girls coming after you. Have you got a crush on any drama girls?
It's hard to have a crush on someone on the internet, I think. Don't you think?
I don't know. I know
I
people that have
find
met
it
online and who are
unrealistic.
married now.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with like being flirtatious with people on the internet at all. But as far as like, um, oh God, I don't want to go
See you,
into any
Blue.
personal stories here. Where see
Thanks
you,
for
Blue.
hanging out, Blue. Sorry, I've hardly seen chat, so I'm making sure I at least say goodnight to everyone as they depart.
Okay, see you,
Um,
Blue.
I'm a very gracious host. I do say hi and bye.
You are. You're very gracious.
This is so rich, I can't
What was the
finish it.
question again? I forgot what like I have words about to come out of my mouth, but I'm not sure what the context is, so I forgot. I got a really bad memory. Hey, can you hear me, Tori? Have you muted yourself, Tori? You've muted yourself. Tori. Hello. Can you
There
hear
you are.
me? Hello.
I can.
Hey,
Yeah, my
I think
browser
you muted
disconnected.
just. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh,
it disconnected from my mic and it automatically muted it, which is a bit rude. There should be sound now, Scout.
I can definitely hear you now.
A
And that's
dog,
all
he
I
can
need. That's
hear
all I
me.
need in my life, Tori. Just sweet voice.
No, you've given up on guessing what sort of a lawyer I am.
Oh no, I was wanted to get back to that actually. I'm more of a. I was setting that up. That was going to be like the big finale at the end. But no, we'll get to that now if you don't mind.
I can't.
Let's
Oh, they
see.
can hear me now. Cool. This is so rich. I can't finish it. It's really good if you love sweet stuff. But I'm taking it to work. People at work can eat them.
You know what? We could. Oh no, that's against the law.
What's that?
All my good ideas are like against the law. I found. Um,
Oh, hey, you're panel hopping. That's the word it should be. Panel hopping.
yeah, but you know what? I feel that like we're getting into LGBTQ territory here, where we're having to keep coming up with more euphemistic language.
Well, I
So
only tried to come up with another word because you took umbrage to
I
panel
know,
hopping.
and I feel like I'm being a bit of a fucking bitch, hey.
Yeah, I don't. I used it, and you were all like, Be proud of your whoredom.
Panel slut, is that a thing?
Same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, but yeah, oh yeah, okay. Panel slut's good.
I didn't
Whatever.
hear.
You know, I'm more for PC culture these days. I'm a reactionist. Actually,
I'm
no, I'm
not.
not. I'm a go with the flow guy. You know, Biden's president. I'm cool with the libs. Whoever's in charge is my fucking person. You know.
See, I think PC's gone too far. I think that there were some things that needed to become politically incorrect, but it's gone way too far. Hello, Joey Wilson. So you went on Wendy V, you said?
Yes, I did. I met Wendy finally. She
How
came
was
onto
that?
It was great. Hey, I like Wendy. I like all the Australian people because they're so fucking I'm so comfortable and
Except for the one you want to, who would
yeah,
wish would
except for the
die.
one that we're
Yeah.
gonna poison. That's not against the law, is it? To poison someone?
If they die, yes, it is.
Oh, is it?
Or even
Okay.
if they don't die, it still is. It's called attempted.
Oh, oh no.
Oh my God,
Um,
Grandma Ducky dreamt that Armchair Detective went to her house. Oh, we went into my bedroom, but he left in his underwear because he didn't like the pillows on her bed.
you all right, Tori? You okay? You're not going to die, are you? You're not choking.
I
You all right?
visualize everything, and I didn't need to, but I've now visualized Armchair Detective in his undies cracking up about like losing his shit over Grandma Ducky's pillows and leaving. I've been on Armchair Detective's panel. That's my claim to fame.
Who's that?
Oh, he's one of the biggest knobs on YouTube. You haven't lived till you've been on, and he doesn't have anyone on his panel. I was lucky. I got to go on his panel at 7 o'clock in the morning. I hadn't brushed my hair or my teeth. I was braless, makeup free, cammed up to defend a friend of
Wow.
mine. I know. See, that's how far I go for my friends.
Well, you're all talk at the moment, Tori. Flick that camera on, take that top off.
I was braless, but I was wearing a top, you idiot. Oh my God. I didn't flash my
Sorry,
tatas on
sorry.
AD's thing. Apparently, there's an AD gimp suit photo. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Who's
Uh,
AD?
Armchair Detective.
Oh,
AD, yeah, see, AD makes up phony content for bucks. I like the Aussies too, but so many of them go live when I'm like either in bed or out with friends. Like they don't go live, at a time that I'm able to, but they seem to go live heaps later than,
well,
way
that's the
past my
reason why I was up
bedtime.
at 2:30 the other night because I was on
Ah,
Wendy's thingo, and yeah,
because I
it
was
wrecked
actually
me.
in her hometown, but they're only half an hour behind here. So
Yeah, I noticed she was half an hour behind. So what does that mean that she's west?
she's in
Like,
Adelaide. She's.
right?
I'm not
That's what I.
doxing her.
Yeah, I
She's,
figured it'd be somewhere around there.
and that's where I've just come back from.
Yep.
I was there for a week. I could have
Okay.
met up with her for a beer, but she doesn't know me from a bar of soap, so she probably
Yeah.
wouldn't have. But
Wendy seems like a real. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I kind of get the same vibe from you, Tori, and Mel Casper as well. Just like, oh, same thing with Pug from New Zealand. They just seem like people I'm very familiar with. You know, I didn't. I didn't really get that from He Who Shall Remain Nameless because of the threats we're going to make all episode. Um, no, but yeah, I don't know. I just think that like there's a familiarity with like a lot of the Australians where the Americans, I don't know, they're
oh my
just
God, wait a second. Grandma Ducky's also dreamt that Molly Golightly and her were driving to the airport, and Molly got really pissed off because they couldn't find her flight. They were running all over the airport, and Molly Golightly had Grandma Ducky holding her pug, and she was really mad she had to carry a dog all over the airport. He's
is Grandma Ducky a guy or a girl?
she's a girl.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Carolina. Ellis, I'm ex-RDA. I know almost everyone, says Casper.
Nice.
He's got to go, says Joey. I think she's talking about AD, though, because she said earlier he makes money off lonely women, which he does.
So do you know FOD? Do you know that?
Yes,
Uh,
FOD has come into one of my lives, and I nearly drove off the road.
oh, really?
Yeah, but she actually came in to thank me for taking a stand about a YouTuber being called a sub, not even a channel creator, being called a predator. She actually came in to thank me for sticking up for him.
Oh, right, and that's to do with that Starlight
Kyle,
thing, was it? The title of that Starlight thing. It was all that's all the same sort of story, is it?
the wide brimmed hat stuff, yeah.
Um,
Whereas,
Yeah,
I mean, look,
she.
my stance was twofold. One, I think it's incredibly dangerous to label anyone something like a predator or a pedophile, especially without any proof. But
Yeah,
secondly, the other reason I did that response was she played a grab of me in her live, but was out of context. And she was a bit, I mean, Hello Starlight was one of my very first subs. Like Hello Starlight, and I go back to the day where she and I were two of the few people that were actually running around just having fun.
yep,
Um, but we're not close or anything like that. But so, I mean, I wasn't an anti her for playing it. I just wanted her to understand that what I was saying and the little grab that she played, she didn't understand the context of it. But my real issue was to point out how using words like predator, pedophile, how it diminishes the
yeah,
victim's experience. So,
it
yeah,
does.
but Fod actually came into one of my lives and thanked me for sticking up for Kyle, but it was twofold. It was one, I didn't think anyone should be labeled that without evidence. But secondly, I wanted to stick up for actual victims. But I haven't seen Fod again since. So,
I don't know much about FOD, but she was like kicking up a stink in Starlight's chat the other day about Rex and his use of the F slur. That's better. I should just talk how I talk in the chat, hey? F slur. So she was saying that like it was like I guess Starlight's responsibility to keep the people who use the F slur in check because FOD's gay or trans or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So because Starlight's FOD's friend, that means Starlight needs to advocate for the LGBTQ community just as hard as FOD needs her to, just unreasonable. Like, what it was basically one person saying, "These are my fucking feelings, don't hurt them," which is really unfair. I think when you've got 200 people watching a show, that you should be the one out of those 200 that has their sensibilities catered for.
well, I think Fod's known for being a bit of a conversation derailer and getting the topic onto Fod. I mean, that's how Fod. Well, Fod actually originally made a name from doing sort of parody videos, which were either hilarious if they hit the mark or they were really mean. Um, and then one day, out of the blue, Fod went live, and it's a completely different personality type to who I thought was making some of those videos. But I wasn't aware either that, I mean, I was probably late to seeing some of Fod's videos, but I wasn't aware that Fod had done a lot of videos before that had actually upset people too. So quite polarizing in the community. But look, I look at so many people that I used to watch and listen to that I've just moved away from because I actually want to get inspired or just have fun. I don't
Well,
I don't want to be listening to people's sensitivities or
yeah.
people's ridiculous expectations. At the end of the day, this is an entertainment platform, and I think a lot of people are just so invested now that this is their reality.
Look, I just find it really disgusting when somebody, especially on the internet, tries to like grandstand people. And it's like, look, I'm going to say the F slur, especially in a fucking argument with somebody, which was the context of what was going on the other night when my mate Rex was like saying, F you, you F slur, F you, you F slur, you're a stupid F slur. It's the internet. Like, it's been that, like calling people gay and shit like that and using it in the context of calling somebody an idiot. That's been around as long as the internet has, and it's not going anywhere. And I just think that like kicking up a stink and derailing the show was more important than the issues she was claiming to advocate for. Do you know what I mean? And that annoys the shit out of me. Like, you're coming at you're basically saying, "Hey, everybody, mind your P's and Q's and use the language I wish you to use." Um, and it's like, well, I don't really think that you're not coming at this from a place of genuine concern for minority groups. You're just basically trying to like use it as leverage against a bunch of people, as a power thing, like do as I say, or look, this is the way that works with me. This is how effective that is on me. Is it's like I wanted to say these are the things I wanted to say to her. Actually, one of them I won't say because it's fucking super cruel. But I wanted her to say to her, you're making me hate gay people. Like you really are. Like the way that you're acting is actually turning me off fucking gay people. Like it's making me go, oh, so this is how they are, is it? That's not being it when you shouldn't be such an outspoken representative of your group if you're going to be so nasty, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've talked a lot on my channel in the past about the extremes of YouTube where people do sort of appoint themselves spokespeople for an entire group. And, within minority groups, there are people that feel individually and feel differently. Like, I mean, to use an example in an Australian context is Australia Day. Like back when I was doing breakfast radio, it was right. I mean, this was 2003 to 2009 that I was doing radio, and as the Australia Day debate was starting back then, or the Invasion Day debate. But we actually had an Indigenous elder call in and say that she loved Australia Day and it was a great day to have a barbecue with her friends and family. And she didn't appreciate everyone forcing this debate about Invasion Day because it didn't
Yeah.
reflect her opinion. And, when
Yep.
you interview somebody like that, it sticks with you that you can't speak on behalf of anyone in any group or anyone across the board. But the problem with YouTube is a lot of characters that have, or people that have creators that have channels, and that becomes a platform for them to speak out. A lot of them are not discerning enough to remind people that it is their personal opinion. They're not speaking on behalf of a group. But when
Yeah.
you've got a whole lot of people in chat that haven't had this conversation, so for example, trans issues, and it's the first time they're hearing about it, then a lot of people in chat take that creator's comments at face value and they don't
Yeah.
critically think, and they don't have experience where they've seen another person necessarily responding. So like say Mallory, for example, does respond and does provide a different perspective. People should really be listening to both of them and then maybe even
Yes.
more. And not even necessarily, if you're not trans, you shouldn't really have an opinion about how trans people should feel about anything.
Yes. Yeah,
But
that's true.
trans people also shouldn't be telling everyone how they should be thinking because everyone's different.
Or how they should be behaving as well, like to
Correct.
say hey, this is basically what we were saying was like, if I'm in the chat, you have to behave this certain way on panel. And it's like, no, that's not fucking how the internet works. The onus sometimes has to be on you to be a fucking adult and fucking walk away from the computer. Nobody's forcing you to watch it. It's as simple as that. So that's
Correct. And
where
also, I want diversity on YouTube. I've
yeah,
moved away from so many communities because they're echo chambers. Everyone's just up on panel, agreeing with whoever's mouthing off. Nobody's questioning them.
that's a great
I've
point. There's
seen,
there's like no room for nuance with some of these people. Hey, it's like it's got to be
no,
one way or the other. There's no fucking variation or like you can't just like make your own mind up as to who's a good person, who's a bad person. Like I'll become acquaintance with somebody and like immediately my DMs get blown up with like, oh, do you know the history of this person? They're a piece of fucking shit, blah blah blah. Like it pretty much happens to anybody. Like as soon as I say hello to people in a chat, like if somebody new I engage with, I'll be like, hey, yeah, nice to meet you. Hey, how are you? And then boom, 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 fucking notification after notification. Hey, that person did this, this, and this back in 2018. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Hey, but
no.
more, but look, if it's something that's worth like taking on board, where it's something serious, of course I'll like take note. But then I did it with Rev. Rev's a classic example of that. Everybody was telling me this dude was like the biggest piece of shit in the world. But I was like, okay, that might be true, but let me find out for myself. And I didn't
That's how
treat
I
him
live
as if he
my
was the biggest
life.
piece of shit until I found out he was the biggest piece of shit. I didn't treat him like that. So
Yeah, that's how I live my life. But not everybody does. And the thing is, too, with YouTube is depending on the creator and their chat, one thing that made me really want to get the fuck away from communities that I'd been dipping my toes in was that you have a creator saying something that's actually incorrect on their panel. You've got 5 or 6 other people up on panel with them, all agreeing with them. And you've got people in chat who know that it's not right, but they're not calling them out and correcting them. And I'm just like, I'm done with this. Like, where's the brave person that can actually speak up and say, no, hang on a sec, I love you to bits, but this is wrong. Like, you got this bit
Yeah.
wrong, mate. Where's that? And so instead of correcting them, and so many people on the panel or in the chat could have, then this whole angry mob will pick up their pitchforks and they're ready to go after somebody. And that's irresponsible. But again, it's that kind of extremist style that happens a lot on YouTube. And it does my head in because I love a good debate. I mean, I'm a lawyer. I like
Yeah.
people discussing things. I like having a topic where 2 people agree, but one person will take the other side just to have a good chat about it,
Yeah.
I just want to see what's happening in chat too, because I do engage with my
Okay.
groovers. Joey, we all know you're not space monster. I saw you mention that further above, and you've got Casper who can back you up on that anyway. Yeah, Dave told you a space monster. We know
Who
you're
is
not Honey
Space
Bunny.
Monster? I've heard the name
She's an
Space Monster
Aussie.
thrown around. Okay.
She's an Aussie. She's mates with, well, she was mates with Casper, I'm pretty sure. But look, I live my life where I like to, and I think I have to, especially when I was a criminal barrister. You've got to take people at face value. I mean, I'd have a look at a rap sheet and go, holy shit, okay, but I'd still not have any kind of judgments of that client when they came to see me, and I'd hear their story, because even with a rap sheet, sometimes they do get pinged for stuff they're not guilty of doing. But no one's ever been able to tell me of this person. Since I came to YouTube, I've had more people message me about other people on YouTube that they don't like and wanting me to know that this person's a bad person. And I just read and go, I'll decide for myself, thank you. And maybe I'm too naive for YouTube because I kind of trust everyone until they give me a reason not to. I mean, unless something like the Diane's channel stuff goes down and you're like, okay, not that she was someone I followed, but okay, you're a scammer, all right. I've learned that lesson. But yeah, I don't like being told. And if somebody's coming to my channel and they're in my chat and there's someone in my chat they don't like, for them to then message me and tell me they don't like that person, why is it my problem? There's a block button on YouTube if you don't like someone.
Found too, like, it's a very, I would never ever, I have this happen to me all the time, but I would never ever ask somebody to take up my cause, to pick up my baggage and be like, oh, bear this fucking cross with me. It's like, why? I have my own problems, like I don't need to be fighting other people's battles.
Casper,
especially
not
when
so much spacey. Sorry, I'm just Grandma Ducky.
That's okay.
Well, no, Grandma Ducky thinks she might have offended someone, but
Who,
no,
me?
no, Grandma Ducky.
Oh, how? With a name
I keep
like
an
that?
eye on my. I'm not a creator that ignores my chat and my subs. They're very important to me, so I like to, and they're smart and funny. And do you know what else I love about my channel? Like, I don't want 600 people watching. If I've got 14 right now that are all hanging out and having fun and mucking around and catching up with each other, that makes me feel great. I feel like I'm offering a really nice place for people to come and hang out. And don't get me wrong, I can be an absolute rat bag. I'm not a complete square, and I'm not like sickly sweet or anything like that. But I also, I've learned with YouTube that there's no point in me saying something controversial, not with the kind of channel I've got. If I want to get vocal about stuff or scathing or start critiquing people, I'll create a whole new channel that will attract the people that want to watch that shit too. I think I can still talk about what I see on YouTube without being a complete tosser. But yeah, my subs are gold to me. Like, they're just good people. And I can bump into them in other chats, but I don't see the same gathering that I get on my channel. I get people that, like, there's so many people in my chat right now that have come from so many different parts of YouTube, and I love that. I've got this colourful little gang of groovers. Egg Dog is now silent again whenever I say something good about me on my channel.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm just getting paranoid. Not
I
really.
thought you were reading the chat.
I'm doing both. I just cut my panel guests off occasionally to see if everyone's okay in chat or if they're weighing in on the topic. I'm going to drop the link again too if anyone else wants to jump up. I'm happy to stay live for a bit longer. Let's bring in a 9-hour live. What's the longest? Do you ever you don't ever do anything? Do you? Yes, you do. You do shit on your channel, don't you? Have I seen
No,
videos and?
you
Oh,
see, you might have seen videos on my channel, but no, I don't go live. I don't have anything to talk about, really. Hey,
well, that's why I love my chat because quite often, if I do feel like going live, it's more of a come and hang out, let's chat. And I always say, who's got something to talk about, or does anyone have to vent, or like I'm happy to provide a platform if because sometimes, yeah, I go live and I'm like, why have I gone live? I've got nothing. That's why I like to cook. So if I can't think of anything to talk about, and I could be really scathing about what I've seen on YouTube, but there's no point because it just puts a target on your back. It's no one's going to change their behavior or sort of say, oh, that girl made a really good point. I might think about like it's not. There's no point. So why be scathing? It's not unless you want to be bringing in 4 or 5 or 600 people watching you because you're going to bitch about somebody else for 6 hours. There's no point being scathing on YouTube. And I don't want, necessarily want to. I mean, if someone fucked over anyone on YouTube that I loved or cared about, I'd speak up. But I kind of like just I feel like, people just come over to my house and hang out with me, or we hang out when we go for a walk on the beach.
I do
Oh, you're
miss
going to
your
do.
drive streams, Tori.
I feel, yeah, I haven't been around to drive. I mean, I didn't have a car when I was in Adelaide. I borrowed my friend Georgie's, but I didn't have a bracket or anything. But I don't know. I feel really conflicted because I'm a bit of a um, I don't like people touching their mobile phones and texting and shit when they're driving. And I think being
Yeah.
live and driving is the next step up. Like it's not as bad as actually touching your phone while you're driving, but I still like I mean, I go driving, but for most of the time I'm on freeways doing 110 k's. I'm not reading chat. If I can glance down and read chat when it's safe, I will. But another part of me just thinks, like it's probably quite a dangerous thing to be doing, really. I mean, I'm not reading my screen the whole time. I've thought about putting my camera on the other side of the windscreen, like over near the passenger seat, and saying to people, I cannot read chat at all. Like you are really here for the scenery and my ramblings. But what's the point? So yeah, I don't know, maybe if I could get a little GoPro on the roof of my car, everyone would get a little bit of scenery. But yeah, I'm conflicted. Like I like the company. When I'm bumper to bumper in morning traffic, I don't think it's dangerous.
You
But
know what you should do, Tori, is get a GoPro and strap it to your head.
yeah, a little
So we
GoPro
can see
stack at
whatever you see, we can see. You
a,
know.
a GoPro stack at. Hello,
Oh, here's
thingamajig.
Thingamajig. Hello, Thingamajig.
Um,
Can I
people do
go?
lives in
Can I?
Teslas.
Can I just like? I want to just switch over my device so I can go out and smoke a joint.
Go
So
for it.
I'll be back up on another device. So you, okay?
Okay,
I'll
Groover.
just drop it off quickly.
Enjoy your spliff. I'll just drop the link in case anybody else wants to grab it. So Joey, you said you're doing a live. Are you talking about the case that when we first, very, very, very first met, you wanted me to discuss your friend? Because I did actually try to do some research and I really struggled to find a lot of info and also kind of felt like there was a lot of backstory that I just didn't know the local vibe or stories to cover it thoroughly. There's even a case in Tasmania of an Italian tourist who was murdered at Beaumaris Beach up on the east coast of Tassie. And I really wanted to cover that because they've never caught her killer. Um, but again, like there were just, even in Tasmania, there were just so many elements of that case that I couldn't learn. And even if I went up to Bo Morris, I wouldn't be given information because they're kind of protecting whoever did it. I'm just adding, welcome back. Oh, he's probably still spliffing on again. Okay, Joey, it'd be great for you to do that now that you're doing stuff on your channel. And I didn't mean to not cover that. I did look at it at the time, and like, yeah, Victoria Cafaso is another one who was murdered
Oh,
here
here
in
we go.
Tassie. And hey, welcome back. But yeah,
All right, hello.
I don't know if I'm really interested to hear your coverage of it though, Joey. I can hear you, Egg Dog. Gone. Yeah, I kind of for a while I wanted to do oh, guys, I had a thought today with my podcast, Smooth Criminal. I'm going to do it in reverse. I've decided what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go live on YouTube with an episode. So like I'll write, crimes involving pumpkins or whatever. He's back. And
Can
then
you
I'm
hear
going
me?
to, yeah. G'day.
Sweet.
I was just telling the gang that my true crime comedy podcast, I've decided to do it back to front. So I used to record my podcast. It's on a platform called Acast. It goes out to all podcasting platforms except Spotify because you've got to pay for Spotify as a podcaster. And then I would convert it to an MP4 and upload it to my YouTube channel. But what I'm actually going to start doing this year with the third season, I'm actually going to go live on YouTube, try to keep it like to 30 minutes, and then convert it to an MP3 and upload it onto Acast. So my podcast is now going to be kind of like the audio of a live on YouTube as a podcast. What say you,
That's a good idea.
Groovers in chat? Yeah, thank you.
So it's a
Fun.
comedy murder podcast. Is that like the funniest murders? Is that what like a comedy crime thing is?
It's themed murders. So each week there's a topic. So I've done like crimes involving bananas, crimes involving dildos, crimes involving donkeys, all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Planes, trucks, and
I
the
bet the Aussie
listeners,
Outlaw has done one of each of those.
What, he's done a donkey?
One of each. One of everything you said. A crime with a banana, a crime with a
not going back
dildo, a
that
crime with a
far.
donkey.
Yeah. Yes. So it's my Smooth Criminal podcast channel for anyone that hasn't stumbled across it yet.
I'm subbed. I subbed to it.
Cheers, mate. I'm currently uploading old. Oh shit! I meant to do one today. I'm uploading all of my scam baiting stuff, but I am about to, because I've researched. I reckon I've got 190 topics that I've got cases on that I can still do, of themes I haven't even done yet on that podcast. So, but yeah, I'm going to do them live on YouTube, but they are going to be like really short. They are going to be 30 minutes, and then I'll convert them back to an MP3 and upload them into Acast, the podcasting platform. And it might be a bit more fun because it'll be a bit looser. It's not just me researching and then just telling these stories without audience participation.
I'm a big. Oh, hello, Mel. Why don't you come up?
Mel said she thinks Aussie Outlaws committed crimes with anything with legs.
Yes, I
Would
agree.
Would that include a centipede?
Anything with legs. If it's got legs,
No,
he'll
Joey.
attempt to have sex with it.
No, Joey, there's 2 seasons of Smooth Criminal podcast. If you listen to podcasts on Apple or Google or Podbean or what's it called? Outcast. There's heaps of different names of podcasting platforms. Smooth Criminal's on all of them except Spotify because they make you pay, and I'm already paying Acast $40 a month. So Joshy's been fed and watered. That's good.
That's great. Good on you, Joshy.
Thanks for flogging my podcast scout. Um, yeah, so it's good fun, but it takes forever to write, record it, produce it,
Yeah.
pop it into. I mean, I'm quite au fait with Audacity, but it still takes forever to make it, and I reckon doing it this way is going to be much quicker because I can just write the episode and then go live and just chat with whoever's in the live about the case. And I think it'd be kind of cool to listen to a podcast where you can hear someone going, exactly, Joey the Vag Wilson, spot on.
We should do
You're
one
right.
on Aussie Outlaw in the case of the music career that disappeared.
It's not a well-known case, man. You haven't. I have got actually I have got an episode of Musos that I haven't done yet, but they were crimes committed by Musos.
What's your top 3 crimes committed by musos?
Phil Spector.
Okay.
I haven't looked at my.
What
hang on,
about
let me
Jerry
look at
Lee Lewis?
What, that he married his cousin?
Yes, that's a crime, right?
But it wasn't back then, I don't think. Or was it?
Excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Gesundheit. Quite often my case and my favourite ones are
Sorry.
ones that people haven't heard of. That's why I like doing them, because they're sort of surprises for everyone. So the first episode of the next series is crimes involving chickens. There's a little sneak peek for my loyal subscribers. Crimes involving meth. That's a ripper episode.
Spoiler alert, both of those ones have Aussie Outlaw in them.
All right, I'm jumping to my script for. I've just. All right, so. Oh no, this is. I've got a crime involving Frank Sinatra's son, which is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah.
No
No spoilers or.
No, and it's a long way away before I do this episode, so I could. Phil Rudd from AC/DC attempting to procure murder. That's a good one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Give it a shot. Must get bored playing drums in AC/DC. Just like, why not give murder a try? Try to spice it up a little.
I do have a really creepy story involving Chuck Berry. Like, really creepy story. But then you've got, your Boy George kind of stuff.
What did he do again?
There's a few. Sid Vicious. Boy George.
Yeah.
He was a very. Oh wow, this is interesting. He's died since then, but there's a DMX one, which a lot of people know anyway. But didn't Boy George do sexy things, naughty sex crimes?
I wouldn't put it
He was
past
charged
him.
with. Oh no, yeah, he false imprisonment of an escort.
All he wanted to do was play his new album for him. The escort.
Yeah.
There's a whole
He
scene.
just wanted to play Karma Chameleon. But no, I've got.
Yeah, and he was tried for torture.
I've got, Jim Morrison, Barry White, Bob Dylan, a heap of them. Heap of them. There's a heap. In fact, I'll probably be able to do. I've got 31 pages of notes on musicians. So no room for somebody like Aussie Outlaw up against the likes of Sid Vicious and Barry White. I don't think so.
What did Sid Vicious do?
You'll have to watch the episode.
I know. I keep asking. I'm asking for the spoilers, aren't I? Basically.
Yeah. No, you're going to have to tune in.
Bob Dylan did commit a crime against me once. He charged me $60 for a ticket to one of his gigs.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I saw him at Blues Fest in Byron Bay a few years ago, and my friend and I, Christina, who lives up in Byron, we were like, well, we better go and see him just so we can say we've seen Bob Dylan. So we walked over to the stage. He had like a fixed camera from a distance. All the other bands have 50 cameras, all angles, including their butts. Not that I wanted to see Bob Dylan's butt. And he was, and we both looked at each other and went, well, we've seen Bob Dylan and left.
I know, it's like you want to see the person and like not walk away from it thinking less of them, but with Bob
I
Dylan,
feel very much
unfortunately.
less of him. He was a jerk. He gave the
hmm
audience nothing.
You know, he was
Uh,
playing when he played songs that like, well, like his biggest songs, like for instance, when I saw him, he opened with "All Along the Watchtower," and I literally couldn't recognize the fucking song. You know, like I couldn't. I was like, I know what this song is, but I don't know what he's saying, even though I know the lyrics. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't discern the words. Yeah, it's terrible.
we've got some muso chat happening in chat. Mel Mel freaking loves Boy George. Thingamajig's not going to comment on something. What did Ruth tell everybody? In the UK, it is legal to marry cousins. Um, Joey didn't know about Phil Rudd, so that's a new. See, that's why I'm not giving any more stories away. Seems like a few people know the Chuck Berry story, and yeah, Michael Hutchinson's daughter didn't get anything from his estate. But yeah, Scout Inquirer is saying, oh, I have to caution people about laughing too much if they're driving, listening to the Soft Six. The Soft Six is gold. I'll upload an episode tomorrow, Groovers. I completely forgot about that. I might actually do a couple this week just to feed you. But yeah, the chances of Aussie Outlaw making it into an episode of Smooth Criminal Podcast is pretty slim, Jim.
I'll get you one day, Aussie Outlaw. Don't you worry. I'll bust you.
Why have you gone ALS?
Oh, that just stands for Oz Ellis, Australian Ellis. I switched it. I'm on a different device, so
You are.
Google. Yeah, this is the only device I have with Australian Ellis logged into it. If I log out of
Is
it,
that
the
you
account
standing in front of the
doesn't.
Australian flag? Is that you in
That's
your?
Ian Ellis.
That's Ian
No, that's not me.
Ellis.
That's me in the special ed. Yeah, yeah. No, that's Ian Ellis in the picture there. That's not me in that. Yeah,
Why is Ian Ellis in front of an Australian flag?
because it's Australian Ellis. It's like wordplay humor, you know. You know what I mean? Ian Ellis, Australian Ellis. Like it's just a wordplay. It's just like
Oh,
it's just a like tongue
but
in cheek thing. Like who would name themselves after Ian Ellis? You know what I mean? Like it's funny. I think it's funny.
gotcha.
What are you? Yes. Any questions? Sorry, you got
No,
it.
but so Ian Ellis is a
Everybody always
completely
asks
different.
me about it. Like it's yeah. Ian Ellis
Yeah,
is
who comes into my chat and
a
says shalom.
comedian from Chicago. No, that's not Ian. That's
So who
another
the
Ian Ellis. That's another account based off Ian Ellis.
so who the fuck is Ian? They all
Ian
promote the Ellis.
Ellis, that's your channel. It's another guy.
Thingamajig
You
would
know.
like a question of you, Egg Dog or Australian Ellis. Far
It's
away, Thingamajig.
sure. Yeah, you can ask me anything.
I am so happy to be back in Tassie. I had a nice time in Adelaide, but flying is just so creepy and weird now. Like, not a fan. Airports used to be the best fun for people watching and playing Spot the Tasmanian. Do you know how you spot a Tasmanian in an airport on the mainland? Egg Dog?
Look for the extra head.
Lame. That
Huh?
joke's from like 1970. We've
Can you
all
hear
got
me?
really good. Yes, so we've all had our heads, second
Yeah, you
heads
know.
removed, and
Yeah, it is lame actually. That is a
yeah,
lame joke
very.
actually, and you know who told me that? Aussie Outlaw told me to say that to you. So
Right. Well, anyway, that joke is still in 1972 where it belongs. No, people that are carrying Krispy Kreme donuts are Tasmanians in any
oh, so
airport because
there's an actual serious thing that I should look for, is there?
no, it's a fun game. It's called Spot the
Uh,
Tasmanian, and as soon as you see someone carrying a big Krispy
Look,
Kreme
I've
bag
never
with
met a
20,
Tasmanian. I actually consider New Zealand to be more part of Australia than Tasmania is. That's how I feel about Tasmania, Tori. Except for you, you're like my mum, though, like my other mum.
You know I
You know what I
can
mean?
kick
My
you
internet mum.
off.
So you're Australian to me. I
You
know
just
you
said you
can.
don't
I'm sorry, Tori.
give a fuck about
I love yous.
Tasmania.
I love yous all. No,
Mm.
I
Oh.
don't. I don't care about anywhere that anybody lives. To be perfectly honest.
Thingamajig's question.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your time on the panel with Steph?
Yeah, Steph's my friend. Yeah. I mean, like, what one? I've been on a couple of panels with Steph.
Well, she's on every panel except mine, so it's not hard.
I mean, she's been on RDA when I was on RDA. She was on one of them, and yeah, there is another Ian Ellis. So there's like multiple Ian Ellis accounts on the internet, but there's actually Ian Ellis
Today, she's saying, did you enjoy
today.
today? What happened today?
Today I wasn't on any panels. It might have been yesterday. Where is Thingamajig in Australia or?
Well, not according to you, she's not. After what you just said about My Fair Island. But
Oh, she's from
to the
Tasmania
rest,
too. Oh, I'm sorry,
to the
guys.
rest of Australia, yes, she is.
I'm really, really sorry
You're,
about that, Tasmania.
whereabouts do
The
you
whole of
live
Tasmania's
anyway?
watching.
Where do you
New
live to
South
be
Wales,
such as? Oh, so
Sydney
how's
area.
lockdown going for you, mate? You enjoying that?
Oh, shut up. I'm loving it.
Mm,
I think it's great.
yeah, right. I wore a mask for the
What
first
do you,
time a week
if you start,
ago.
it's terrible, hey?
I'm not a fan, but yeah, to have only had to have worn a mask for the first time a week ago, and purely because I flew, I wouldn't have had to have worn one otherwise.
Do you have
You
zero
know,
cases there
we've
too, like
yeah,
New
we've had
Zealand, or?
zero for like 18 months. Apart from a repatriated
Oh,
family at Christmas that went straight
oh,
into
really?
quarantine, but they didn't go to hospital or anything. It wasn't community transmitted. They went straight to a quarantine hospital or hotel. But yeah, we've been, in terms of community transmissions, it's been over 18 months.
Well,
Aussie Alice is
congratulations, I guess.
from New South Wales Scout,
Yeah.
the state that is currently in mega lockdown and has been since the middle of June. Where Sydney town is.
For me, it's
Are you in?
fine. It's like people are finally like keeping their distance from me, and now when if I approach somebody, they have the same look of concern and fear I've always had of people approaching me. So
Well,
I'm
I
I'm
was
pretty
over the
fine with
moon
it all.
because I can't stand space invaders. And so I thought
Me
this
either.
whole social distancing thing was going to be amazing. But the fact that you're in lockdown is people aren't social distancing.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah.
pretty strict now. Hey, like you have to sign in with like the New South Wales, like I mean the government app and shit. Like I don't do that, but like you're supposed to. But it's like it's pretty serious, you know. Like they now people are asking, like the staff will ask you if you signed in. Like if I guess I don't know if they can like see if you've signed in or not. But it basically just tells people if you've ever had COVID, and you know it's to track like traces of like any infections and um, yeah, I don't know. I don't really care to be honest. Hey, I'm kind of like with George Carlin in that like when disasters happen, I'm always kind of hoping they get worse and worse.
What, just to wipe
But
out
it's only
some.
I don't really actually. Because I want everyone else to be unhappy. That's just selfish. Yeah, like a massive like amount of people.
I don't know. I mean, there was a chick in Adelaide that was walking into the market, the central market, and got to the QR code thing and said, she was right sort of behind me, and she's like, my hands are too full for this, and just walked in. And I thought, it's fuckwits like you that will spread it. And you'll also be the first person to go on a
Yeah.
current affair if someone in your family catches it because somebody didn't use a QR code. Like I didn't say anything to her, but I thought you're the sort of person that, yeah, it's the same as people that don't pull over to let an ambulance go by. But guaranteed, if a family member of theirs died because an ambulance didn't get to them in time, they'd be on a current affair bitching about it.
Yeah, I don't understand why this wasn't done properly the first time, to be honest. I'm just
Oh, we've swapped
Yeah, I don't
devices.
understand why people didn't just like stay. Like, so we had to go into lockdown, and then we would open back up, and then we'd go back into lockdown, and it happened like 3 or 4 times where if we'd have just for 6 months had just like, or 3 to 6 months, even not even that long, like just did it properly the first time, this wouldn't have happened, where we'd be now over a year later doing the exact same thing but stricter than the first time.
Yeah, because
And
people are stupid
well, I remember some of the
and they don't
complaints
give a
like people
fuck
had when
about
we did our first
other
lockdown
people.
was like, oh, we can't go out to nightclubs and shit. And it's like, why the fuck would you want to? Like, why would you
Yeah.
want, why can't you just, okay, listen, you're having the winter off going clubbing. Like it was
Yeah.
winter here when we initially got it, you know? It's like, can't you just fucking do that? Like just for a few months.
Turn your
And
living
it's-
room into a nightclub, you know?
Well, I mean,
Disco
like,
for one.
that's
Disco
my.
for one.
That's, I mean, like people so now we're in an even worse off situation, like where we're fine. I think people are finally getting the point that it's not going to like go away. I don't know. Have you been vaccinated, Tori?
I'm getting my first Pfizer shot next Sunday.
Ooh, you're getting the Pfizer. Nice.
Yeah, well, I got caught in a holding pattern because originally I was an AstraZeneca, and then they
Yeah.
said, "Oh no, if you're under 60, it's off to Pfizer land for you." And I was already booked into an AZ clinic. Anyway, I got a text saying you need to re-register for the AZ clinic. So as soon as I went onto the website, punched in my birth date, they were like, no. You need to book for Pfizer. And I was like, duh, thinking they'd updated their website. Anyway, they hadn't. So I actually went and saw my doctor and got booked into a Pfizer because I still couldn't book into anything online because I was in this sort of no man's land. I was in an age group that didn't exist. And then suddenly they were like, oh, we're happy to give people in their 30s AZ. But by then I'd been like blacklisted from that clinic. So yeah, so I get my first Pfizer shot next Sunday. Yeah.
What I just don't ever look. So I just don't trust things that haven't had a clinical trial. You know, that's.
They have. They've
But
been,
I mean, no,
they've
but
been-
they can't. Well, okay, so here's what I mean. Like, yeah, we haven't seen. I mean, nobody knows the effects of it long term. Like, that's just something that we do not know because we haven't.
No. This is you've read and bought into some propaganda.
No, I
They've
haven't.
been-
No, I haven't. Trust
Wait,
me,
let
I'm
me
not.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay,
They've been doing vaccinations for coronavirus for decades. It's not the first coronavirus that has gripped the planet. This isn't something that's just been invented in the last 12 months.
I understand that, but at the same, I'm definitely not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not going down that route if that's what you were worried about. No, but I'm just like, I don't think. Look, this is a new virus that they've come up with the vaccine. I know they've got corona, like there's been variants of corona for so long, but this vaccine is new, and we haven't seen long-term trials on it. That's where I get. So what my problem is with them saying, and it's going to do A, B, and C, and it's like, well, we don't know that. That's for sure. Like that is an absolute fact. That's not a guarantee. You know, I mean, if it was going to be right the first time, they wouldn't have had to keep, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, they were like, how that was giving some people blood clots and things like that. So they had to go back to the drawing board and fucking alter the compound in some sort of way, or the chemical or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't trust them when they say it's or everything is fucking gonna work the way that it says it does, you know?
Well, I haven't heard or seen anyone say that. And I mean, anything that you do that's medical, there's a tiny percentage of people that are going to die. People die under anaesthetic. People die from the flu shot.
For sure. Yeah,
People
for sure.
die from all kinds of shit, right? So it'd be ridiculous to not expect a bit of carnage happening with this
I just don't see the
vaccinations.
I mean, I don't see
traveling, so it'll get to a point where you won't be able to travel if you don't have a card. So that's why I'm getting it. But I also just don't. I would rather take the risk. If I can't get from a vaccine, so be it. But I would rather minimise the because it's obvious they already know that this Delta variant is still people that have had vaccinations are getting it. But people don't understand a vaccination doesn't stop you from catching something. It minimises your reaction to it. And I would much rather risk dying from getting the vaccination than getting COVID, or worse, giving it to somebody I loved and they died. Yep, absolutely.
I've never really thought about it.
If I caught it and gave it to somebody I loved and they died because I was irresponsible and I was like a Sydney removalist, I would never live with myself. So,
that's understandable.
But I also want to travel, and it will get to a point where my brother lives in Singapore, and if a Singapore-Australia bubble opens up, I really want to be able to go over and see him because it'll be a once-in-a-lifetime trip just by virtue of what he does and where he lives and everything else. Mm-hmm. But also I'd just love to see him. But there's no way people are going to be able to travel without a...
No. Do you think I should be allowed to die from it if I wanted to? Like if they were going to force me to get a vaccine, do you think I should have the right to be able to say, no, thanks, if I catch it and die, that's it. That's enough. That's fine by me.
I wouldn't want you to die from...
No, I know. No. Well, no, neither would I. I wouldn't want to, but should I have the right to choose or...
Well, no, but no one's forcing you. No one's forcing you. It is your choice. But what I was going to say before was I wouldn't.
This is my abortion issue. You don't understand that, Tori.
Let me finish,
I should have the right to choose.
Let me finish though. I wouldn't want you to die from COVID-19, but worse, I wouldn't want you to catch it and survive it because you're in your 30s, and if you haven't researched long COVID, you really should, because your life, if you caught COVID and survived it, will be a very tough life physically. And you just have to watch half a dozen young people that are now living with long COVID and what it's done to their bodies and the lungs that they've got that should technically belong to a 90-year-old who's smoked for 70 years. So, yeah, that's how I feel about it. But in terms of vaccinations, it's entirely up to you. And no one's ever going to force you to. It's entirely your call. And every individual's just got to weigh up their odds.
Well, that said, I'm in the mood for an AstraZeneca myself, so I might go
Joey,
get that one.
Joey, they're not actually forcing people if they want to travel. I just am preempting that down the track, you may not be able to travel to certain places if you haven't had it.
I think that's pretty fair to assume that would happen.
It's likely. It hasn't happened yet, but there might be parts of the world that say, come over all you want, but if you haven't had a vaccine, you can't. And I love jumping on planes usually and traveling. So I've got no desire to travel anywhere for the next 12 months except within Australia. But they're not forcing people to if they're going to travel. I'm preempting that some parts of the world, in fact, I think there's already some countries in Europe that are refusing entry to Americans unless they've got what they call a COVID card. And that's up to individual countries, I guess. But if you've got a burning desire to go to Italy and they want to see a COVID card, well, then you'll be getting the shot, right? If you don't care about going to Italy and then you don't have to have a vaccination. I think it boils down to individual choice.
Yeah. I've seen a lot more people freaking out about this than I was expecting. Like I've seen, see, I'm not coming at this from like an anti-vaccination standpoint. I'm just,
No,
I guess, just
I get that.
hypothesizing or whatever and throwing out what ifs. But yeah, I've seen some people freaking out about it that are like, yeah, just friends of mine, like people I work with, things like that, where before I'd never heard them say anything like that would indicate that they thought that there was like some conspiracy behind it. I actually don't want to I don't think that we should go down this path with COVID talk, because I know a lot of like YouTube streamers get their shits like taken down for COVID stuff now.
Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So I think we're probably best dropping the fucking using words like conspiracy and COVID. And it's probably not a good idea.
No, well, the other thing they do is they put a COVID warning on your video, but yeah, if it's deemed to be false information or whatever, it can get you into trouble. The only thing I was going to say was, and then we'll change subject again. Holy shit, you've taken me down to doom and gloom roads of the YouTube world. No, like we've discussed.
Oh, I thought you meant the time. Like I thought I was like holding up from another Bachelor episode or. No,
it was MasterChef, and I had two friends on there. Be nice, but no, like we've gone down the SA road, and now we're doing the vaccine. But what I did want to say though was, it is a personal choice. It's entirely up to people, whether they do it or not. What bugs me is the people that are bragging about it on social media like it's some kind of badge of honor. I don't like that. I think that sort of, if people do choose to.
What side are you talking about, pro or anti?
No, there's all these little special frames now that say I'm fully vaccinated, and it just shits me. And then everyone's on there going, "Well done, you!" Like that kind of mob mentality, I don't like.
Yeah.
Like I think the vaccination is in a personal choice, but you don't get it to brag about it. Like if you choose to get it, you're surely getting it for your own reasons. Like you've thought it through, and you've decided you'd rather have, minimize the symptoms of COVID-19 should you catch it, rather than potentially catch it and die from it.
Yeah.
Or, or you're working in aged care and you've got to get it or whatever. But the people that are putting it up like when Americans during the election have their I voted frames, and I'm like, oh, good on you. You've used your democratic right to vote, but you don't brag about it. Like, go along and vote, but just, why is it a bragging thing? Because there are people that see that and I think would feel pressured into getting a vaccination just because all their buddies are, and they can see all the friends on social media going, oh, well done you, and that's where it annoys me. I think it's a personal choice, and also it should be after you've had it, you should just, it's a personal thing. You don't need to put it out there like you're some kind of fucking hero.
Yeah, I mean,
that's nothing. That's my strong view about it.
Fucking, there's nothing cool about being the teacher's pet either. Like, oh wow, cool, you ran out and got it because the government said you should. Like that's kind of what it's like. Oh, anything the government tells you to do is fucking like a-okay. Like they're the kind of plebs that fucking I imagine people in power want in their country. Is the people who are so fucking easily persuaded by the people who are in charge. I mean, yeah, I would never go flaunting that I ran out and did something the government told me to do. That's like the fucking gayest shit I've ever. I got to find another word.
Look at, yeah.
FOD might be watching.
Well, and may not be FOD. Someone else might be offended by it.
That is the most FOD shit I've ever heard in my life.
But anyway, we've decided we should move. There's some really good comments in chat about it too, but what Joey said, wow, you're kidding. I don't know what she's talking about, but she's probably pissed off with.
I love Joey.
Someone.
Joey said,
me too. What's up, Joey?
She said, that's what I think too, Ellis, and that's good enough for me. Oh, wait, is that? Yeah, it's Joey. She said, that's what I think too, Ellis. That's honestly all I need to hear to make a friend day is like, you just got to, I don't even know what you're talking about, but as long as you're agreeing with me.
I just found Joey's comment about Michael Jackson, who I can't believe I had on Facebook the other day, like 20 years since he died. That just blows me away.
What?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes.
So is it really? Is it? You sure it's
Yeah.
not like 15 years?
Oh, it might have been 15, but it was whatever
Yeah.
it was still freaked me out. Was it 15 or 20? It still freaked
I
me
mean,
out.
it's been 20 years since the World Trade Center,
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
no.
don't think.
Hang on.
I think
Because
15.
I was doing
Hey,
breakfast. See, I did breakfast radio. No, I reckon it was because I did breakfast radio from 2003 to 2009, and he
you've
died
got a
while I
great
was still doing it.
ABC breakfast radio voice, Tori.
Thank you very much. But he died when 2009. It was 20 years ago.
2009. We're in
Oh, sorry.
2021. That's 12 years ago.
Oh, well, hang on. Why was it a significant date?
I-
That sounds wrong too. It was like a round, like, not a round number, but like a big number.
12. 12 is a big number. That's
No,
the
but it was
last
like
year.
a 10 or a 15 or a 20. It wasn't I didn't think, because it came up on my Facebook and I was like, wow, that long ago. So 12 doesn't seem right. Anyway,
No,
well,
12
it
sounds.
was.
I know. I remember where I was living in 2009, and
No,
I
12
remember.
sounds right. I just thought it
Yeah.
was like some crazy, wow, like a bigger number.
So what do you? Hey,
Joey
what do you
doesn't
think?
know now either.
Oh, okay.
I stayed up for his funeral too, Joey. God, that was sad. I still miss Michael Jackson and Michael Hutchins. I think he was murdered, Joey. Well, he was, wasn't he? Didn't his doctor go down for overprescribing stuff or something?
Overprescribing something. I don't think that's a. I mean, maybe he administered something to him, like a lethal dosage of something, I'd say,
I
or
thought it
maybe
was
something
like-
he's had a reaction to and like had heart failure or wherever he died of. And
No, but he gave him like when I say overprescribing, like he gave him a deadly cocktail. Like he prescribed a cocktail.
right,
Conrad
right.
Murray. Yeah. He was convicted of involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah, maybe
See?
he was. I mean, we're going
No,
down
he
another.
definitely was. I just Googled it.
I don't know.
It's on the
I think you
wiki,
should
man.
believe me in the story I'm going to make up instead.
All right. Well, it better be good.
Oh, I don't have one now. You've taken the momentum out of it, Tori,
Oh,
I-
that sounds like an Aussie outlaw comment.
Oh,
right
shut
there.
up. Oh, fuck off, you dickhead. Fuck you. Oh, what are you going to be like that for, you fucking dickhead?
World Trade Center was 20 years. And God, there'll be a lot of. I think I might be busy in September. There'll be a shitload of YouTube. Every YouTube creator in America will be doing a memorial thing, won't they?
Yeah, with their cash apps pinned to the chat.
Yep. Yep.
Got to respect the hustle.
Yeah. See, Joey Wilson knows the propofol or whatever it is drug too. Propofol.
Where is
whatever.
Propofol?
Murder most foul. Propofol, yes. A short-acting medication that results in a decreased level of consciousness and a lack of memory for events.
That's an
What
odd
about
drug to be
Prince?
prescribed.
What about Prince? Like,
Yeah.
because he was, found slumped in his elevator.
Really? Is that where they found him?
Yeah, because it was, they were saying how ironic it was, the line from Let's Go Crazy has the line about tonight, something or other, the elevator's going to bring us down. Nothing but an elevator's going to bring us down or something. I don't know what the line is. But there's actually a line in that song, Let's Go Crazy. But yeah, he was found in his lift in his house.
Huh.
And he had, I think was he a fentanyl OD? I can't remember.
I'm not too sure. Hey, I imagine that like he was like given similar drugs to Michael Jackson. To be honest.
This is such an Australian. Look at us. We're just like, yeah, wasn't it? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with
done your
speculating.
research.
Oh,
No.
I did hear. That's not. See, when. Oh no, I'm mixing up the Michael Jackson and Prince. But like Michael Jackson did so much bad stuff. Apparently, hey, what do you think about this? Right. So, I think I'd heard a comedian bring this up, like how maybe it was like Norm Macdonald or something. Is like, what is the talent threshold where we stop, where somebody is a pedophile um, and you go, yeah, but like, what about the music? Like, I think they used Michael Jackson as an instance of that, where people like, if you ask 90% of people, they would say that they think Michael Jackson is a pedophile, right? But those same
Hey,
people
wait,
will
no,
never say,
look, stop.
okay, what?
We've
What?
gone down this road already.
I did the
Then we've
study
gone down
myself.
yeah, but now we've gone. You keep taking my let's bake a cookie in a skillet show down these dark roads of doom. We can't
Oh no.
discuss Michael Jackson, and I'm a monetized channel, man. Like I've got strict
Oh,
rules.
really?
Yeah.
What? What?
Mm,
You're a monetized channel? That's
yeah.
fucked up, really. I didn't know that. Sorry.
Why is that fucked up?
No, it's fucked up that I've been talking about all this shit.
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't realize that. Sorry, Tori.
That's okay.
I'd forget
That's why I
these
was
things.
just like,
I actually like have a little bit of a hard time. The first like three or four things I want to say, I can't say them. So that's why I'm always like trying to find my words because like
that's
the
why
initial
we
things
go
I'm.
live. That's why we go live on my. We can talk Michael Jackson. We just can't talk pedophilia. We've already covered topics that can get me struck. Like if you want my channel to vamoosh, then we can keep talking about it. I'm just trying to protect a channel, like we can talk
Have you
about this
ever
sort of stuff on
seen
my Smooth
Mary?
Criminal podcast channel anytime. I'd love to have some really in-depth discussions
Oh, I
at
will
some point on these
absolutely
topics. We're
call
just not on my
anybody.
right channel for it.
I will call anyone a P. Anyone you want me to. I'll call them a P on your other channel. I'll be
Yeah,
happy to. That's what I'm saying.
it's just a weird little YouTube quandary I'm in now.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing wholesome cooking shows and going for walks on the beach and driving around on this channel. Like that's the whole point of it. Whereas
Tori,
Smooth Criminal, we've got
do
nothing
you
to
like?
lose on that channel. We
Okay,
can
well,
talk.
fuck yeah,
And
let's
it's
do it.
named after a Michael Jackson song, so we might as well
It
discuss
is.
him over there.
We may as well call him a P.
I'm not going to. You can.
Okay. Do you like Prince? I like Prince's music quite a bit. I'm not really familiar with a lot of it, but I do think he's like a super talented
Writer, I think he is. He wrote
yeah,
some
he's
amazing
fucking
songs
super
for other
talented. Hey,
musos.
I've
But
heard
I'm
him
more
like
Michael
play.
Jackson. I'm more Michael Jackson than Prince. Just letting you
Oh,
know.
really? Okay. Oh, I don't really care. I'm not on anyone's side there. I love funk music though, and I think that like Prince is like, I don't know. Prince's music is like, it's very hard to find people in music who are completely original. As a like
He was
ev-
an extremely
everything's
talented dude.
he
But
was.
so was Michael Jackson. They were both freaks of nature, really, at what they were able to do.
I think Prince, yeah, they were for sure. I think Prince might have been more of a talented musician than Michael Jackson was. As far as like his flexibility,
Yeah.
he played a lot more. But everything he played at almost like an expert level. Like he didn't play anything even like remotely half good. It was like if he played piano, it was like fucking somebody who'd been playing piano their whole life, whatever instrument it was. Like, and I didn't know that. Like, I seen him recording the Batman soundtrack, like playing bass. Like he wrote the first Batman soundtrack. I never knew that till recently. I saw him.
Well, I didn't know that till now. So
I seen footage of him like playing the bass and that, and I was like, "What the fuck?" He plays the bass, and he plays it so like incredibly good. Like he just really. The more I see of Prince, the more I'm like, "Fuck, that guy is so talented."
And his songwriting's incredible.
Yeah.
I think though that Michael Jackson could have probably achieved more if he wasn't born into the family that he was born into, especially the father that he had.
Joe's a bit of a prick, eh?
Joe is a massive prick, but the closest Australian, and not equivalent to Prince at all, but in terms of an Australian muso that I've followed his career and his abilities is Daniel Johns from Silverchair. He is able to play 78 instruments, self-taught, and he plays them all like a maestro.
I have
He's
a friend.
unbelievably talented.
I have a friend who has a friend who hit Daniel Johns in the eye with a ruler. You know those like metal rulers.
Wow.
He's got a little scar on his eyebrow from it. So that's my Daniel Johns story.
Was that just schoolyard shit, or was it?
No, he used to live behind him. So they, when they were like practicing, this guy was like one of them, like my mate's mate wanted him to shut up, and he asked them to turn the music down, and they didn't, and they were in their garage, and there was a ruler there because obviously like a workbench, you know, you have like rulers and things like that, and he just hit him in the eye with the ruler. So that's all I know about Silverchair.
Bit of violence in Newcastle.
Yes.
Jesus. I do know Daniel John's scar near his eye. I'm familiar with that scar.
Oh, really? Is it that famous?
Well, I've seen photos.
Hello? Hello? Tori, if you can hear me, I can't hear you.
Hello. Hopefully people can hear me now.
I can hear you now. There we go. Excellent.
Speakers.
What happened? Did you mute yourself?
No. It the internet connection disconnects my mic and mutes me, so I've just turned off. I've taken my headset off and I've just connected my mic. I'm back, Tanny. I'm back. I worked out too. So yeah, Joey's saying you've definitely got to check out her boy and his band.
I will, for sure.
Hey, Sunny girl. My Shxtty Kitty has emerged in my kitchen.
Can you hear my dog barking?
Yeah. What kind of hound have you got?
What kind of dog?
Yeah.
He's a Swiss Shepherd.
Oh, I think I asked you that last time. He's cute.
Yeah, he's funny.
What's his name?
Edgar.
Oh, cute. Great name. Edgar. Oh, there's a lot of Edgar action.
I think someone's here again. I'm going to go check.
It's all happening at Egg Dog's house today. That's hilarious. I've been calling him Egg Dog, which isn't that far from Edgar, really, if you think about it. I'm psycho. Might wrap this up in a minute anyway, Groovers. I've got a sore bum from sitting on a stool. Any closing comments from chat? This has been quite the live. We've gone all over the place. But I thoroughly recommend the meatballs and the skillet cookie if you've got a sweet tooth. Because it's really sweet. It's yummy, but my God, it's sweet. So I might just break it up into little portions and take it into work and just say to people, nuke it for 5 minutes. I might buy some cream and take it in and say nuke it and chuck some cream on top. But yeah.
Tori.
G'day.
We're going to have to get back to the subject of your lawyering.
Well, I am wrapping up, so yeah. Hey,
Yeah,
thanks
it's the
to
big
everyone.
finale.
Thank you to everyone who has been in chat. This has been quite the live. Thanks for the chat. Groovers says, oh, Groovy. Joey, I just changed your name to Groovy. She's Joey, the Groovy. My lawyering, yes.
Yes.
You have one more guess, because you already had two.
Okay. I'm going to say a human rights lawyer.
I kind of am on a smaller scale, so well
So
done.
you're like George Clooney's wife.
No, she's a hardcore international human rights lawyer. I'm on a really smaller scale. But I do work in, human rights is probably a good way to put it. So I represent people in a lot of employment and industrial law kind of areas. So anti-discrimination, do a bit of workers' comp. I do a lot of advocacy to try and improve the system, workers' compensation system, especially for people with psychological injuries. Lots of workers' law, industrial employment, bit of family, but mainly advocacy for employment law issues.
See, this is where I have a problem with the grandstanding on YouTube, because a lot of the people who they're not like actually advocating for these people who they claim to care about, It is, as much as I hate the term virtue signaling, and I wish it was left in 2015 or 16, it is still relevant on YouTube big time. I'm echoing. I'm having a really hard time listening to that echo, listening to myself talk.
Is that coming from me to you?
Yeah. Have you got no headphones?
No, because I'm not using my phone now, and so it should be perfectly. Has it just started echoing, or has it been bad for a while?
I can hear myself like coming out of the speaker.
But see, I can't hear you now. I had to mute StreamYard, so...
Hello.
Yeah, I just muted StreamYard for me, but...
Okay.
I don't know what's causing it, because I've just... my headphones kept being
I'll leave and
disconnected.
I'll come back in.
Okay. How to end a live. It goes on forever. Is it still echoing, everybody, or is it... That was weird, because it wasn't echoing for me at all. It has been interesting scale. We've covered a lot of topics. I really would like to use my other channel, though, the Smooth Criminal one, for, some really good gritty discussions, like get Joey Wilson up on panel and get Egg Dog back up and a few other people, like, Ruth might want to join us, thingamajig, and just nut out some serious topics and, like, as rational adults. Is it still echoing for you?
Hello.
G'day.
Yeah, it is, but it's okay. If you're going to wrap it up, I'll just stick around while you wrap it up.
We are. I don't know where the echo's coming from, because I'm muted on YouTube, and
That's okay.
I plugged in my mic, and I'm not using my headphones are turned off now, so
That's all right.
yeah, it's
As long as I'm not saying long sentences, it's fine.
Well, I just want to thank everyone who's dropped in, because, God, this live has had everything. But what I was saying was I'd like to utilise my other channel a bit more and take on some grittier subject matter, because it's not being addressed that much on YouTube, which sort of surprises me. And although YouTube is quite strict about particular topics and how you can discuss them, like, say, for example, with sexual assault, saying SA instead of sexual assault, you can still discuss pretty heavy topics on this platform. So we've just got to be careful, like on this channel.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd be really keen, because I think that, Australians do watch the rest of the world with a lot of interest. It's not like once in a blue moon we're like, oh, this happened overseas. Like, we're very aware of what's going on around the world. But I'd love to learn more from people living in those countries and what they're going through as well. So
One that I find fascinating is like the race dynamic in America compared to what it is here. Like how little race really is an issue here compared to it is over there.
yeah, I mean, Australia's far from perfect, but it makes us look pretty good.
It
compared
really
to them,
does, doesn't it? And we have the reputation as being a racist country.
And there's definitely racism here. Like, we'd be bullshitting if we said there isn't. But it's yeah, it's perspective is an interesting concept, really. There's so
The
much
magnitude where it is there, where it's like it seems to like have this huge impact on like society, like on their
look,
daily
a
life.
lot of the time, I think it's incredibly warranted. See some pretty shocking shit coming out of the States. It is 100% racist, and for that to be going on in 2021 is pretty appalling. So yeah, there's a lot of topics that I think we could talk about. But I mean, I'm also probably the first person to admit that Australia is incredibly flawed as well. I certainly don't want to use my platform to go, I live in a great country and the rest of the world is fucked. We've got our own issues too. Haven't we, Sunny? Sunny's cheering me on at the moment. She's like, brrr. She's so cute. Oh, the echoing's giving them all the shits. So we're going to end this live. But I want to thank you for coming up, Egg Dog. And
Thank you very much for having me, Tori.
Thanks to everyone who's been with us the whole way through. Thanks for those who dropped in and out. And we're going to bail. Sorry about that. I can't deal with it either. Special Ed is back. So on that note, let's end this. Make the meatballs, make the cookie, and keep an eye out on Smooth Criminal. We might do a controversial topic live very soon.
I'm keen.
Wicked. Night, Broovers. Joey, you're cracking me up.
Good night, chat.
Broovers.
Good night,
Broovers.
Tori.
Good night, Elizabeth. Good night, John Boy. Take care, everyone. And do make those meatballs. They're amazeballs. And do make the cookie thing if you've got a sweet tooth, which I don't. So if any of you do, come over tomorrow and you can have it. Thingamajig, I'm just up the road, mate. Love you guys. Chat to you all again very soon. Take care out there. Stay groovy, everyone.